Hi everyone, welcome to Talking Movies. Sorry we're a little bit late, we've been waiting for Dion with his technical problems, but so happy he's on. And we are today joined by Nazarinprod, also known as
Hello.
Peter. And
Hello.
yeah, today we are talking 80s cinema. So yeah, how is everyone? Hope everyone is all right.
A lot of people in chat so far. Hello, everybody. Is everybody
Yeah.
happy? We had a good week. Is the question. Any new movies watched? Oh no.
Me, well, I've been watching. I mean, I did a Blu-ray update this week. The titles I've been watching. Got a few of the Tsukamoto's titles. I've got some Shion Sono. So yeah, some. Obviously, everyone's been doing Shion Sono videos now.
Yeah.
Pete, you've been doing it. Dion's been doing it.
Yeah. I have more next week as well.
Uh-huh.
So it's continuing.
Yeah.
And I've more to watch next week after that, for the week after, so I've got quite a few still to do.
Yeah.
Apparently, nobody can hear me. So. Can you guys hear me still? Or no?
Little bit.
A little bit. How weird.
You're using the same mic as you usually use.
Yeah. That's the weird thing about it. That's what I don't get. I don't know. You guys talk while I try and fix this.
Okay.
Oh man, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
If you start to hear it better, let me know. But at the moment, it's just literally
Sure.
it's on the same settings that it normally is on.
Yeah. Talk now. No, we can't hear him.
No.
Oh, your mic's cut off. It says. Yeah. God, you know, this is the issues that you get when you're going live.
Yes.
Technical issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Cinema Monologues is just subscribed to me. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah. That's awesome. Oh, it's glad to see that everyone's you know, you get to see other channels on this. That's the good thing about these like these weekly streams that we're doing, like the guests that we're coming on. It's just, you know, you get to meet other YouTubers, people with the same similar tastes of movies that we have, and just have different opinions of movies as well. It's really cool. For that.
Yeah. Do you want to say something there? Or?
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, we can.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful. Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah. If I'm looking at a weird angle, I can see you on one side and I'm looking at a camera angle, so if I'm looking a bit weird sometimes, that's what's up.
Oh my days, how stressful was that? I feel like Ferguson in the 99 final in Barcelona.
Yeah. See, this happened to me, it wasn't live, but a few days ago, all my microphone stuff was going off as well.
It's weird, isn't it? Like I've been using this one for like teleconferences and stuff, so it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, hello everybody, namaste. My God. Yeah, I've been watching Cronenberg this week because I've had a massive like hankering to rewatch and then watch the ones I've never seen.
Yep.
So like I barely watched many like Japanese movies. I've watched Cold Fish. I watched A Woman Ascends the Stairs, which was phenomenal.
Oh,
yeah. I watched Kemensi. Have you seen Kemensi? The Belarusian war, All My Days.
Yes, amazing.
absolutely broke me. It's horrifying.
Yeah. It's
Like-
I also literally smashed through Gangs of London.
Oh yeah, and
The Gareth Evans. I thought it was all right. You know,
Yeah,
the
it's
ending
decent,
was
isn't it?
just, yeah. I know what you mean when you said that the main actor was completely miscast.
yeah.
Like,
Bit weird, isn't it?
yeah, it is weird because everyone's like talking about, oh, he's a nutcase. Then you see this little ginger guy, and it's like,
I know.
you know,
Yeah,
no.
like if he asked me for my money, I'd just be like, "F off, lad."
Yeah, and he's
But,
so well spoken.
Exactly. It. Just doesn't balance in it.
No.
But have you watched The Last Dance on Netflix, the Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls documentary?
yes.
No, everyone's
Oh my god, loved it.
Yeah, it's really good.
really.
Yeah, it's a good sports doc. I really dug it. It was really good.
Yeah, because they show Michael Jordan not being perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a bit obnoxious at times.
Yeah, I think it's like a clash of like idol, like egos. I mean, in it, but like I thought it was really interesting. There's a couple of scenes in it which I actually found quite hard. Do you know when he won his fifth title after his dad died and he's just sobbing on the ground? I thought that was really tragic.
Yeah,
But there's good moments.
Yeah, there's also we see him in the practice, just working so much on these other players to make sure they do it perfectly. It's like that's why you paid the money though.
Well, yeah, that's why he is the best, I guess. Well, one of the best. There are plenty more good ones, but nah. I think it's a really good watch, Huss. I would recommend it. I'm sure other people in the chat have watched it also, but
Yeah.
I don't like basketball, but I love this because it was so good.
Yeah, you don't. I think that's the thing with it. You don't actually have to know much about the sport. I think, but I think because I remember when I was like in the mid '90s, like Michael Jordan was a thing. You know, he was like the way that they pushed like Beckham in the States, and like Michael Jordan like became this figure. And then obviously for younger kids, it was Space Jam that really made them know who Michael Jordan was. Do you know what I mean? It's fascinating. But you even see behind the scenes of Space Jam in the doc, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it was more interesting practicing in that film.
Yeah.
And they built on the film.
Yeah. I can't believe they built him like a massive like arena just to like practice basketball for the summer season. That's crazy. But no, it was really cool. I still can't believe they're making another Space Jam with LeBron James now, though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Sorry? So I've already done a rant about Looney Tunes in one of my channels. I did a whole 10-minute rant about how awful Space Jam was. So it's not a good subject for me.
It's fine. But so how did you find making your lists in general?
You know what? It was quite easy this time because I sort of like know my 80s which 80s films I absolutely love, and the rest would be films that there'd be honorable mentions.
Yeah,
but this is because I think 80s was really my awakening into cinema.
Same. Really, so many good movies.
Yeah, I get 25 quite quick, and then it's just cutting into the ones you really loved, the basics. And there was like 15 of those, and it just cutting down the last from 15 to 10 was kind of the harder part, really. But
yeah, in all honesty, like I made a list of 8 that were just definites, and then the rest of it was like ooh. But then at the same time, because the issues we had last week with duplications on the list, I was like, what's Huss not going to go for? And what's Peter not going to go for? That's like what I was thinking at the end. So,
there was one title I knew you'd go for, so I thought I would leave it off, even though I would actually do it.
What one assumes I know what that is, but
yes,
I can. Yes, one will anticipate that one, but it's fine. There's plenty of good movies, but okay, cool. do you want to start then? We've got, oh my God, there's 16 people in the chat already. That's cool.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Right.
Let's go.
So I'll start then.
Shall we do the usual 1-1-1?
Yeah. Okay. So the first one I'm going for is A Better Tomorrow 2 by John Woo. The greatest the greatest action movie of the 80s, in my opinion. It's Chow Yun-fat at his prime. I mean, the fact that they killed him off in the first one, and then he comes back in the second one as his twin brother, and no one gives a shit because it's such a good action movie. And that scene in where we meet him in a Chinese restaurant, and he's just this like uptight guy who's just getting so upset because someone's disrespecting his rice, and then to the final shootout, he's just phenomenal in this. And we're forgetting the fact that this film also has Leslie Chung in there and T. Lung. So you've got like such great actors in here, but the way that Chow Yun-fat is just this amazing cool guy, and you've got John Woo, Tony Ching doing the choreography for it. It's just perfect for like a action movie. Yeah.
That was my 15, but I got lost to go to 10 because I thought you were going to do it anyway. So I thought this is when I can maybe lose, because that's probably one of my favorite John Woo films, if not my favorite John Woo film. That was one of the ones that got me starting John Woo because it's so good, so good. Plus the uncle going absolutely over the top acting, the mad uncle, just so good.
Yeah. He's just like a cabbage for the whole film till that shootout in the end, where he's just like wakes up and he's like, oh yeah, let's go start killing people. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, that shootout in the end in that house, and then they're just in the end sitting on those couches. It's just so cool. Yeah, really cool film. Have you seen it, Dion?
Do you know what? I have seen it like a long time ago. I mean a lot when I was younger, but I remember like vague bits of it. But it's what I have been. It's one of the ones I want to rewatch at some point. But again, you inspire me every time with these lists. So
I think the first one has had a 4K remaster. I'm not too sure about the second one. I mean, everyone talks about the first two, and then you got the third one, which was set in Vietnam, with directed by Choi Hark. Not as good as the first two, but it's a decent action movie nonetheless. But yeah, the first two are amazing. The second is just out of this world.
Yeah.
Have you seen the remake of the first one? The remake of About Tomorrow?
Yeah, terrible. Absolutely awful.
When did the remake come out?
It was a couple of years ago, actually.
It was in 3D. It was in 3D. I saw it in 3D.
What?
I didn't mind it, but it wasn't good. It was one of those ones that is like, I expected so much worse, but obviously who's think that is that much worse?
Oh,
the Koreans even remade it. The Koreans redone it as well.
What's wrong with people?
Not
Yeah.
I know.
What we got? Kickerberg says Better Tomorrow 1 and 2 heart. Then Jason Kemp then says Love Better Tomorrow 1 and 2. They love. Matt Gore was an iconic movie idol of the 1980s. Dean Sheik in there too. So we have fans. So that's
I've actually met Tony Ching, who was a stunt choreographer for those films. He also done the choreography for the Sean Sona Zhang Yimou films. He's just such a cool guy. A real proper hardcore martial artist. Yeah.
Oh God. Kung Fu, has anyone seen the Dutch thriller You Are In ? I'm not buying anything anymore. I don't believe it. Is he waiting? Is he waiting for people to do like Dutch accents or something here? I don't know. Anyway, so
smoking a pancake.
What kind of pancake? But I'm gonna put oh god, I love that. Do you know Michael Caine in Goldmember is like, there's two things I hate in this world: people that are intolerant to other people's races, and the Dutch. That makes me laugh every time. Absolute brilliant line. It's a really quotable franchise, Austin Powers, I think. But definitely. Right then, Peter, what have you got up first?
Dead Ringers, Cronenberg's Dead Ringers. It's one of my favorite films of all time. I'm pretty sure, Dion, you might have been thinking of that one as well, because I saw your video and it's like, okay, I guess we're both.
It's on my list, yeah, but it's fine. I have those.
Yeah, I know, it was one of those ones that's like, I was already on my top of my list already. I thought, well, I saw your video, I thought, well, one of us will have it anyway.
It's fine.
Dead Ringers I saw when it first came out in video just after it was released. So I was already a Cronenberg fan from time was it 14 or something. I was just one of the directors I saw early and just into his films. It's like I was buying Shivers when it was first in VHS and you know the really cheesy cover stuff. But Dead Ringers really knocked my socks off because it's so creepy but so human. It's like it's under your skin in a weird way. You can't quite work out why, but it's just there, and it's all very human. These characters you really care for, even though they're creepy and perverted.
Yeah.
So it's humane, but it's also looks at the dark side of like, human connection and how people can manipulate each other. And I think the last half hour are just so moving. It's one of the most moving endings, really, I've seen in the film. It's one of those ones that really always get me because there's something in films that you understand what's going on. There's other films that get on your skin in the ways that you can't quite articulate. I think Dead Ringers is that for me, really. There's things going on that I don't quite understand, but they're very moving.
And I agree. I think it's my favorite Jeremy Irons movie in general. It's just for him to play two twins that are kind of the same, but one pushes on his urges and the other's very reserved. And then it's interesting then how they flip around in the process of it. And then obviously what I think it's so good about that Cronenberg film in particular is he doesn't use body horror as much, but it's building into, it builds into something a lot more sinister. And it teases your mind a bit more, Dead Ringers, I think, than most of Cronenberg's films, without having the actual visual shock factor, because you're always thinking, well, what's going to happen next? But yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's between that and Crash is my favorite Cronenberg. So
I mean, I think it's also the idea of what's personality. It's the whole theme of it is what is a personality. There's just something mysterious about it. Crash is another one. When I saw Crash, I saw it in Edinburgh, one of the film house, and a small audience, but everyone was really into it. Everyone just got the humor of it. It was one of the best screens I've ever had. It's Crash, which is very surprising. You expect something like Crash, everyone would be really uptight watching, but I saw the right audience, and it was really something.
That's the thing, isn't it? I think you have to have the right audience for that. Have you ever read the book by J.G. Ballard?
Crash, I read the book years before the film.
Equally as disturbing. But it would have been interesting to see if Cronenberg would have made it a British film instead of American. I think that would have been pretty cool just to see it in the British way. But no, I do. Yeah, no. God love Cronenberg.
Yes,
in my opinion.
I love Cronenberg.
Yeah, what a lad. There's the new Crash 4K is out now in Germany. My copy's on the way.
Is it out?
From it came out. It came out today. There's a 4K media book for it, but it's the 4K I saw in Venice. It's very, very good. So that's why I decided I'm going to make a video for it next week. Because I just want to talk about Crash, to be honest.
Yeah.
Been waiting long enough for this restoration. So
yes.
Have you seen the British the ITV Blu-ray of Dead Ringers? It was absolutely terrible. Yeah,
because I'm going to get the one from the Shout Factory one, but that's the one I've got just now. But
Yeah, it's so bad.
But it's that thing. He did bring us such a weird film that I've seen so many times. I don't need to watch it all the time. Just when I feel like watching it. But I already knew it was a bad copy, so it was just a placeholder until I get the American one.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I had it, but I actually gave it away because I was like, I don't want to watch it again on that. So yeah, but no, I've got the Shout Factory one now, so it's all good. Right. No, nobody was talking about Cronenberg in the chat. I'm quite disappointed in this. Videodrome, anyone? Maybe we'll talk about Videodrome later, Jason Kemp. You never know. So, my first on the list would definitely, well, I watched it this week, but it instantly became something that I loved. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence Oshima. Is that on your list, Huss? Yeah,
so good.
I know, I loved
good.
it. I was going to wait for this Arrow restoration, but I watched on Criterion Channel. I fell in love with it. I think what's so interesting about it is just how Oshima just teaches tolerance and how we should all just be in unison together, I guess. And then what I really enjoyed in it as well is just the way that he used Western and Japanese actors and just showed the brutality of what men can do and just the way that toxic masculinity kind of like builds you and how you should be as a man. I found that really good, really interesting. And then obviously this like homoerotic kind of like connection between Bowie and what's his name? Rico some I forgot his name, but for Oshima to kind of like discuss like homosexuality during like this period of time also just kind of adds to Oshima's like grandeur because he was always pushing boundaries. And then I think that Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence is one of those films that kind of like culminates like all of his like visuals and artistry along with really good performances. Like I really dug David Bowie quite a bit in this film. I do like Bowie anyway, but no, I did like it quite a bit. So yeah, that's
Ryuichi Sakamoto.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the remaster. I actually haven't seen it before, so I've been waiting for everything to come out because I just haven't had a chance to watch it.
I loved it. I was like, since we were talking about the 80s and I've had this Oshima binge, I was just like, well, I kind of need to watch it now before this stream. So I watched it on Monday and I just fell in love. Yeah, and obviously it's a really good score from Sakamoto as well. He actually won a BAFTA for that.
He won an Oscar for The Revenant. It's a Revenant he did.
The
soundtrack for.
Yeah, is it?
He's brilliant in it. He's just and Takeshi Kitano being in it. He's
Takeshi Kitano's in it as well. Yeah, you know, I think it's one of those like earlier roles, isn't it?
Yeah, he's the one that utters "Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence."
Yeah,
it gives the film his title.
Yeah. I'm moving my camera just now because this angle might kill my neck.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, okay. So cinema monologues. We love Cronenberg. Much love for Scanners.
That's better.
Yeah, more comfortable.
Yeah, I was just going with that, and it was just so weird.
Yeah, sometimes I lean too much, my back hurts by the end of the stream. But yeah, I'm trying to not do that now. But yeah, Cookabig, not seen Mr. Lawrence yet. Can't wait for the Arrow release. It's going to be a good release, and I'm looking forward to like going through the extras on that one. I'm sure it's going to be crammed full of extra. Have you got Mr. Lawrence on Criterion or anything? I saw no.
Yeah, I've got the Criterion. I don't think I'll pick up the Arrow. I just don't have the space to double dip on it. But yeah, it's a brilliant film.
Double dip. You're such a YouTuber.
Oh, you should see my hoarding video that I'm going out doing hoarding videos.
I'm buying some cheese and I'm buying a Blu-ray. Damn. Right. So what have you got on number 2, Mr. Huss?
Number 2. I've just had to take off one. Okay, I'm going on to Takeshi Kitano. I'm going to go into Violent Cop. His directorial debut. A very, very subtle, like Dirty Harry type movie, where Takeshi Kitano plays a cop, and he's just trying to, take down this bad guy. His sister's been captured. And you know, it's not a very violent film. The thing about Kitano with violence, with the exception of the outrage movies, is his violence just lasts like a quick second. There's a big build up to it, and and he builds tension in that. It's just like sometimes you don't even see the violence. It's just, you know, just an element of blood here, but he's just, and the pacing is just perfect. Kitano's, you know, he's an actor, a very subtle actor, but as a director, he's brilliant. And this was one of the films that got, like, one of a few films that got me back into Japanese cinema from like anime in my like younger age, you know, in my early teens. So yeah, he was just such a brilliant film, and I think it's getting it is getting BFI release.
The box set, yeah.
Yeah,
When's
amazing
it coming out?
movie. When was that?
Next month, the Kitano set is out. I
Yeah,
think.
no. Again, there's another film I'm waiting for the Kitano release to see. So I'm doing well.
Nah, I'm still saying I'm waiting for the set as well. So I'm eager to go through that.
That set's got my favorite Kitano film, which is 17, which I think that is his best movie. It's my favorite movie. I mean, a lot of people will say Hanabi, but 17 for me is just
Well, you've actually got in the chat people saying Hanabi is probably my favorite Kitano, and then Andre also says Hanabi is my favorite Kitano.
Yeah,
you've got people against you. You have villains. You have villains, and you have enemies.
Well, fuck you guys.
I've been speaking so much Welsh this week. I have to like think. I'm trying to think in English at the moment. It's like my brain is not making words very well.
Yeah, Hanabi is a stunning movie. It is absolutely stunning.
Right then, Peter, what have you got next?
Manhunter.
Ooh, good choice.
This is one of the. Well, I like horror movies, but most of them don't scare me at all. I just find most of them kind of enjoyable, but not scary. But this one actually terrified me when I saw it, because it was just the idea of someone actually being able to think like a killer, and how uncomfortable it makes them, and how it just under the skin. Again, it's sort of dead ring, like something that's on your skin. I think when a director can do that, it can really affect you. And most directors can't do that. And Manhunter, along with Dead Ringers, are the two films made pretty close together. Did that for me. It was just this idea. I'm thinking like a killer, and I'm going around the houses and seeing these little clues that no one else can spot, and it's like a leap of imagination and how creepy it is to know part of your mind is that way. It was just the whole idea of what separates us from killers and what separates us from the kind of criminal underclass, really, and how everything's kind of blurred a lot more than people would like to admit, really. I just think it's a very creepy film. Plus, the killer is actually sympathetic. You see his point of view, even though you know he has been stopped, but you still see the humanity of the killer. And it all leads to that great finale when they're in the Garden of Eden as they're both coming at each other, really. It's more emotional thing than a kill the bad guy. It's much more like putting out his misery. So I just thought it was a beautiful film, great colour scheme. The best Hannibal Lecter with Ryan Cox, just so creepy. Would you like to give me a full or number? It's just very creepy film. It's just one of those films that scared the hell out of me. So I saw this before I knew much about film. This was one of the films that kind of made me go, "Oh my god, this is a director." Because I saw this as it was coming out, and it was like, you didn't see stylistic films much. And you saw this one, it's very stylistic, and you felt the influence of a director. So this was one of the films that was a watershed film for me.
Yeah. No, I think it's probably my favorite Michael Mann movie, in all honesty. But I think everything that you've just summarized with it, I just totally agree. It is one of those like proper like atmosphere films. Definitely 1000%. Have you watched Manhunter? Puss?
Yeah, I've not seen it for years though.
It's one of those cool ones that everybody like goes back. Like I just love rewatching it. It's like, yeah. Damn, yeah. What else we got now? Okay, so Roman says, preach the man, love. Then Jason Cam says, Kikajuro. I'm guessing that's his favorite katana. Kirkeberg. Manhunter's great, way better than atmospheric, way better and more atmospheric than Silence of the Lambs. Better Hannibal performances too, in my opinion. Then Isaac Dune says, oh, Nazarin, would you like to leave your home phone number? So we got it. Manhunter, To Live and Die in LA, a perfect William Peterson 80s double bill.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kickabout, yeah, creepy dude from Robocop 2 is the killer in Manhunt. Love Man, Hate Black Hat. Yeah, Black Hat is. I don't understand how some people think it's a masterpiece, but I think
it's flawed. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is, but it's got a miscast lead actor, which is a real problem for it, and it never gets over that.
I watched it in the cinema because I was really eager to see it, and then I was just like, it just went over my head because I'm not. Yeah. I just felt really dumb. Like I just turned up in like a Mensa meeting or something, along with Chris Hemsworth, who had no clue what he was doing. But yeah, it's just like that. And then Miami Vice as well. I don't understand why people say Miami Vice by Michael Mann's. I
adore that film. I am one of those people.
Are you?
I adore that film.
Explain to me why though, because I don't get it.
It's just
that about it.
Yeah. It's one of those films either you connect with or you don't. It's like there's no in between. It's one of those ones I just connected with. There's something about the atmosphere of the characters that just get under my skin again. It was just something beautiful about it. But it's just a very strong narrative. It's really about the atmosphere and these people, and it's very obscure, the narrative. And I can get why people don't like it. It's just that I adore it. It's just one of those films I adore, but it's a strange one.
Yeah, for me, because I think in my head, I just think it's Colin Farrell and Jamie Foxx, right?
Yeah.
For me, at that time, I had no respect for Colin Farrell as an actor. I think, like now, I adore him. I think he's a tremendous actor. But back then, I think I just associated. Why would Michael Mann cast these two okay-ish actors in a film? Do you know what I mean? But okay, I might have to revisit and then.
Yeah. Well, I think this is Colin Farrell's kind of first big part where he started to become the person we see now. I think Michael Mann pushed him in a weird way, but it's a weird film. It's not for everybody, so it's just one of those things. You either love it, or you don't. It's one of those why people don't love it, but I do. So
interesting. What else do we got? Cookerberg, Brian Cox is great as Hannibal. I think Dimitri's surprised that I said Manhunter's probably my favorite man film. Why? What's yours favorite man film, Dimitri? Let me know. Going through, is the remake of Manhunter better or not?
Ouch. Red Dragon, Brett Ratner film. It's not good.
No. Soundtrack. Oh yeah, I forgot Red Dragon. Oh god,
that's got really good actors in it though.
Yeah,
I know.
That's Ralph
Philip
Fiennes,
Seymour
right?
Hoffman.
Yeah.
Ralph Fiennes, Philip Seymour Hoffman, and
Edward Norton.
Ed Norton.
I saw it in London when I was in London, and halfway through, some audience members just walked out. It was like, we've had enough of this. We're just leaving.
I secretly quite like Hannibal, though.
Yeah, I enjoy Hannibal.
I love Gary Oldman in it, like Clad. I love it. I think it's actually quite entertaining.
Yeah, I do too, but it is very campy. It's very but you have to go with that. I mean, you won't go with it.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? But and then obviously they had to recast with Julianne Moore as well, so it just makes it.
Was the book was a bit darker.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What else we got? Soundtrack is amazing for Manhunter. Also, Cookerberg Heartbeat. Its CD is out of print too. Never knew that. Brett Ratner, good film. Generally not in the same sentence. That's true. Very, very true. Oh my god. Some savagery here. Dimitri, Hannibal is a bizarre gore fest from the weird Scott era. True.
Yeah.
I still like it. I do like it quite a bit.
Since most Ridley Scott films are weird Scott era because there's a lot of strange films in his career. He does do. I mean, that's me almost defending him because I like him when he goes weirder. When he does more respectful films, I'm not interested, but he does weird stuff. That's what I like.
Yeah. That's the thing with Scott. Like sometimes you can love what he makes, and the next minute, it's like what's the name of the Moses one again that he made with Bale?
Exodus.
I thought that was all right. I was actually I thought it was quite entertaining for what it was.
I like the second half of it. I think the first half was just over the top. But then when he gets thrown out of Egypt, I liked it from then on when he was ripping off Last Temptation of Christ.
Oh,
really,
yeah.
Yeah, because that's what he was doing, basically ripping that film off. As soon as it became a Last Temptation of Christ knockoff, it became a lot better.
Very true. Very true. Right. Number 2 for me, I'm going to go for Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. Anybody?
I saw it the other day, actually.
Yeah. First of all, I do like Spike Lee quite a bit. I think he's one of these directors that really creates really interesting like settings and creates very good characters. And I think that Do the Right Thing is just one of those films that kind of puts you in a small period of time where there's hostilities between various races of people, and it's all unified by a heat wave. And it makes you obsessed, and it makes you want to have pizza all the time. And I think it's just that there's this like witty banter to it. It's humorous. It's a good watch, but also it has more of a message of unification and for people to just get along. And I think it's definitely one of Spike Lee's most poignant films. I watched it quite a few times over my life. But I love it. Obviously, when Spike Lee is dealing with Sal through the whole film, like even at the end when he's just throwing money in his hand, he's just like, I love it. But it's definitely one of my favorite films of the 80s. And also, I just don't understand how he didn't win like Best Picture for this film. So
yeah,
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. It's his best film. I mean,
you think it's his best film?
I think it is Spike Lee's best film. I mean, in recent times, I think his last before Black Klansman, his last decent film was Inside Man.
Yeah, I like that one.
He just did.
Yeah.
I mean, after that, he just done a lot of shit.
It's a random career, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like Clockers. Clockers is good.
Which one?
Clockers.
Clockers, yeah. Oh, yeah. Clockers, yeah.
But I watched Jungle Fever is a good one from him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, I like the fact that the Spike Lee character is kind of obnoxious a lot of the way through the film as well. He's not like a saint or anything. I quite like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't particularly like him. And it's set in a black culture, so you get a lot of variations of people. So just people rather than you're trying to see this as a whole society. It's just like, this is a bunch of people trying to get along, and that feels much more like reality.
Exactly. I think it's a perfect like encapsulation of humanity just trying to get on.
Yeah, because you see those types in any society, in any race, basically, you see all those different types.
Yeah. But it's just like, have you guys ever seen Summer of Sam, the serial killer film he made? I love that. I love that film. I don't understand how people hate it. It's a really good film.
I love it.
Yeah,
but
I've seen it, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, because I bought if you've watched my Blu-ray update, it's on the update there. But I got the Kino Loba. It's such a boring edition, but to actually have it in my collection, because I always have a hankering to watch it after watching Zodiac, because they're very good back to backs. I think. But it's definitely good. What we got here?
4 Days of Punk, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the death of disco, but like how the punk era was coming up as well, and it's just like how like the Italian Americans were thinking that the son of Sam was black, and then they thought that the serial killer was actually an Italian guy, but it was actually just a mentally deranged guy who had a talking dog that told him to kill people. So it's just interesting how they all work off each other. But it's such a cool film. Like John Leguizamo's in it. Mia Savino's in it? No, not Mia Savino. Yeah.
I I'm not sure because I thought that as well when you were talking about it. But what I like about Spike Lee is when he has like an interracial cast. I think he's quite good with people with different cultures bouncing off each other. And that's what I like about him. Sometimes I think his scripts aren't as good as they should be. But
I think his problem is his length of film because he always tries to do 2 hour or more than 2 hours, and sometimes it's just too much. Like I watched Mo Better Blues, which is just over 2 hours, and there was just no point. It could have easily been a 90-minute film. But I'm really interested to see how The Five Bloods is going to turn out on Netflix. I'm really keen to see that. And obviously, Black Klansman was like a return to form for him. The night he won that Oscar, I loved it because Sam Jackson gave him his Oscar as well, and it was like a proper like moment because he's been trying to get one of those bad boys for years now.
Yeah.
But it was great. I thought, I just love Spike Lee in general. I think he's one of the coolest guys in the world. But
I like Get on the Bus. That one's a good film. Very underseen though, because it was just about the Million Man March thing, and it was just, but it was kind of it came and went instantly. But you can talk about it later. But it was really good.
Yeah, 25th Hour is another one I do like from him. It's like
I love that film.
Kuckerberg also said 25th Hour. Not many people talk about it, but that's the other thing about Spike Lee. He always manages to capture a moment in New York, I think, with most of his films. Obviously, some of them are based in NYC, but most of the time he captures a moment. But I think 25th Hour is one of those films that like captured like what happened after 9/11. So yeah, it's definitely crazy. But right, let's see what people have to say because everybody went a bit crazy when he said Spike Lee. We got Sal ain't got no brothers up on the wall. Oh God. Yep, Sal does not. I grabbed the new Criterion recently. Do the Right Thing, probably the definitive collection. It's a good edition. I also own it. Kuckerberg. Roman, he did not win at Cannes either that year. That was the only time that Spike Lee was invited to Cannes with a film ever until Black Klansman. So it took him a while to go back, and he's meant to be the jury president this year for Cannes, but it's obviously cancelled. So
he lost to Soderbergh for Sex, Lies and Videotape. That wasn't that bad, really.
True, but I prefer Do the Right Thing to Sex, Lies and Videotape. Personally.
I'm the other one. I like Sex, Lies and Videotape, but they're both good films.
What we got? Kuckerberg, Spike gone major downhill past few years. Well, I think between the Old Boy time, it just wasn't a really good time for him. Dimitri, Spike Lee is a god among men. I truly believe you have to be one. You have to be one both to teach at NYU and be such an inspired director, of course. Kuckerberg won't even entertain that Old Boy remake. I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten about it. Cinema Monologues, Summer of Sam, really interesting as well, set around another heat wave. Hell yeah. More Summer of Sam love, I think, is definitely one of those. Anyone seen Chirac? I love things about it, but I also hate. Yeah, it's like a bit of the middle-ish.
I didn't like it.
I don't think I've not met a massive lover. It's a bit weird. It's like even the TV show of She's Gotta Have It. I don't understand why that exists. It's really bizarre, but The Sweet Blood of Jesus, however, couldn't stand it. I've not actually seen that one. And then obviously going through Edward Norton. Yes, Edward Norton.
I want to ask you something. Do you think Mookie did the right thing at the end when he smashed up the Sal's place?
I don't know. Probably. I feel like it's just it's a burst of rage more than anything else. And I think maybe it was just the best thing to do. I don't know. It's always that question, isn't it? But did he do the right thing? I don't know.
It's meant to be ambiguous, so isn't it meant to question it? It's not really. There's no clear-cut answer.
Exactly. I think that's the thing about the film as well. It leads you down to decide yourself. So, late Philip Seymour Hoffman was great in 25th Hour. Hell yes, so good.
Amazing.
Also, all those Nike commercials. Yes, Spike Lee made so many Nike commercials. No, Mookie defo didn't do the right thing, Kuckerberg says, seeing as this has started out with The Last Dance. Well, yeah, The Last Dance actually does show one of Jordan's Nike commercials.
It's pretty cringy watching it.
Yeah. And it's just like even the banter between Spike Lee and Michael Jordan on courtside, because Spike Lee's a massive Knicks fan. He's like a diehard Knicks fan. And then when the Knicks went to the finals against the Bulls, Jordan was just like taking the piss out of Spike Lee during one of the matches, and you see Spike Lee just yelling at him. It's quite funny. But yeah, breaking up your own neighborhood kind of counterproductive for Mookie and the whole community in general. It's a fair point. Okay, Huss, number three.
Number three.
Fly.
So my third movie is at a time. So the 80s was the era of Taiwanese new wave. You had some of the great Taiwanese directors coming through at the time. And first up, I've got Dust in the Wind by Ho Xiaoshen. Just an amazing, sort of like a love story of like two people that, you know, they want to be together, but with complications that come arise. Does the term when they go and they come back, they were always, you know, they were always together. But you know, it's a very unconventional love story of two people that belong together, and you know the audience is there wanting them to get together, but obviously with complications. And the way Ho Xiaoshen shoots movies is just phenomenal. These long, beautiful takes. I think he's one of those directors that really needs to get more Blu-ray. Like more of his movies needs to come out on Blu-ray, because they never, like in the UK, I think we've only got 4 titles from him, like 3 in a box set from Eureka and 1 from I don't know, it was the Assassin. And he's such an amazing director, like one of the greatest Asian directors. And I think he's not getting the audience that he deserves because he's that great. I don't know if you've watched many of Ho Xiaoshen movies.
The box set arrived today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have the box set as well. But I've never watched them. Is there not a 5th one, something Nile or something? Is that wrong? We're getting this wrong.
Oh yeah. Oh sorry. Yeah, you're right. Daughter of the Nile.
Because I've got that. So I haven't watched it.
Yeah, that's amazing. He's just such a great director, and I mean, that was his era, the 80s. I mean, amazing director.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about Ho Xiaoshen with you.
Yeah, he's one of the directors I've got the Blu-rays. That he's one of my projects after Sion Sono. Where I want to get through. Next on the, I'm trying to go through certain directors while we're on lockdown just to try and say, okay, I've done this. I'm going to go to this person next. So he's next on the list. And then I've got Corrida after that. So I've got a plan of.
Corrida's one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corrida's. Oh yeah. I actually have a question for you on this now. Well, not a question, but I'm gonna ask an advice on this if we're gonna talk about Sean Sono quickly, right? But there's a guy selling where is it? I'm trying to find it now. Moment. What's the name of that hell film from Sean Sono? What's it called?
Hell?
Yeah, right. There's a guy selling the region A of that for 30 quid. And it's out of print, and they go for like £100. I'm tempted to buy it.
It's a fun movie.
Should I buy it? That's the question.
It's thinking, will you enjoy it? I mean, it is.
I think I will.
It's a chaotic movie. It's so mad.
I'll think about it during the stream, but somebody's selling it. I'm like, maybe we'll see. This is the problem. Like, I've been buying stuff that I don't tend to buy as much stuff as I have, but because I've got so much more free time, I'm watching a lot more. So we'll see. Anyway,
I actually, in my recent Blu-ray update, I've got that title, the German release.
Yeah.
The digibook.
Yeah, but the digibook is I can't find the I'm like
I
shopping
looked
around.
for it after you did the video. I was like, where is it? And couldn't find it.
Yeah, I got it from Amazon.de.
Yeah.
It's
not
not on it
there
anymore. No. it's
No,
not
we
there.
looked.
I looked.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been using because I've got a US Prime as well, so I've been going over to US Prime to watch some Sean Sonos and using the UK Prime. It's like a balance, but yeah. Okay. So what's number 3 for you, Peter?
I'll change it up a bit in RoboCop.
Yes.
Because RoboCop was one of those films that just knocked the socks off when I saw it. I saw it in video. This was the video era where everything came to video, and it was an 18, so I was way too young to see it in the cinema. So it was just like beg your dad to buy it for you and just start watching it. And it was amazing. I just could not believe my eyes. I saw that because it was so sarcastic, so nasty, but so moving at the same time. So the human story mixed with this brutal satire that's never been beaten really in a sci-fi movie. This thing that everyone's been trying to do since then. Just like Reaganism gets torn to shreds. The whole idea of what's left behind is torn to shreds because everyone's just left to be poor and brutalizing each other. It's the ultimate kind of lefty movie saying screw the right. It's really that kind of movie. It's obviously made by left wingers. There's no way around it. And it's also a movie about a fascist cop, So it's kind of Ed Newman, the director, said it was like a fascist movie made by liberals. And it is. And it's just so funny, but it's also so moving. But guys lost his humanity and he'll never get it back. So at the end of it, after all the great action, all the great sarcasm, you left this moving story of a guy whose life has been destroyed. And it's perfect. It's one of those perfect movies.
That's the joy about Verhoeven. I think he's such an intellectual when it comes to filmmaking, and he does actually leave you to contemplate more about the actual context of the film. You get a lot with Starship Troopers, but RoboCop is another one that's a prime example, just as you just explained. And exactly how I feel the first time I watched RoboCop, I was a wee child, and I was just like, this is just cool. Just shoot 'em up, blood, guts, everything. And then obviously you watch the animated show then, which was a bit more PC. But obviously when you revisit RoboCop, it's just like, wow, it's phenomenal. It came out the year I was born, so 1987. So it's like, it's always one of my personal favorites. But it wasn't on my list. So
that's one of those films. It's sort of like Halloween, John Carpenter's Halloween. It was so perfect that you could never sequence it properly. You could never do it again. It just that was the perfect version of that kind of film, and that's it. Leave it alone, and no one's ever got that.
What do you think of the remake?
It was okay. That was it. It was okay.
I wasn't a big fan. No, I mean, but it plays back the privatization of like the police and but it doesn't go into the depth that the original did. I mean, it was completely about privatization, big corporations privatizing a whole city, and and even the adverts in there, those fake adverts, they're just so smart. And it's one of those films. I mean, I was watching it. It was on Sky the other night, and I just had to sit down. I was editing my video. I was just sitting there watching it. I just think, man, I really need to put this in my list. This is just, it is one of the best US action movies of that time because it was so intelligent, and it laid it out for you like this is it. I mean, it was like a perfect, it's the intelligent man's action movie.
Yeah. Made by a Dutchman.
Yeah. The thing was, it was lucky because he got writers who were very sarcastic and very intelligent as well. So it's just a great combination of people. They just came together we can never work again. The thing about the remake is it was made by a good director who did those Elite Squad movies. They did Narcos after that, and it's like he was a good director, but he wasn't a RoboCop director. He was just wrong for that.
Yeah,
it was
weird, isn't it?
It's just like he talent, but talent was going in the wrong place in that remake. He just didn't be there.
No sense, is it at all? Yeah. What we got here? Cook a Big. Oh, well, Dimitri says Verhoeven at last. Eric then says, I actually like RoboCop 2 more than most people. Do you know what? I've been meaning to go back and rewatch that. It's on Netflix. But I've not watched it in a very, very long time.
I'm at 2 and 3 in the Shout Factory special editions. I'm shameless. I'm such a fan of RoboCop. I've bought RoboCop so many times, from like VHS to DVD and so many editions. Yeah. I need to buy these, and it's like 3 from the worst movies ever made. 3 so bad.
You know, RoboCop 2 is written by Frank Miller.
It is.
Yeah.
And he's actually in the movie.
Yeah, he's blown up.
Yeah. Frank Miller loves a cameo in any of the movies he writes or is a part of. It's crazy. Verhoeven, Basil Peladois, yes, please. RoboCop freaked me out when I was a kid, says Renee. Hell yes, it does. Imane, they say hello, and then also best film is Frozen. Okay. Eric then Cinema Monologue says to Eric, I really like RoboCop 2 as well. 3, however. Yes, 3, however. RoboCop 2 is my favorite as well, says Renee. Cookabug, lol, Frozen. R.A.P. Miguel Ferrer, exactly. Miguel Ferrer in Twin Peaks is everything.
Yeah. Got the other guy now who's Laura Palmer's dad.
Emmy Wise. So it's a RoboCop reunion.
Yeah. Cookabug, another remake I won't even entertain. Oh god. Same with Total Recall, just lifeless stuff.
Oh god, that one was
that was bad.
Yeah, I saved my video for that one.
I think that was like one of the last things I ever rented at a Blockbuster was that Total Recall, the Colin Farrell version.
Oh, you know, I watched it 2 years ago, and I was like, this is so stupid. This is how can you make something stupid out of a great story and a great original? It's like, you couldn't mess it up, and you did it.
Colin Farrell, Kate Beckinsale, and who was the other one?
Jessica Biel.
Oh god, yeah. Damn. Dimitri, the script for Starship Troopers remake is the same PG-13 militaristic pew pew. Yeah, I'm not a fan of any of the follow-up Starship Trooper films.
I am, but in like a cheesy way. Like it's like a bad taste way. You know what I mean? It's like I love Starship. I think me and my girlfriend, we've watched Starship Troopers maybe 3 times this year already. We just chuck it on anytime. It's such an easy watch for me. It was one of the first 4Ks I bought.
Oh, really?
I was just like, Starship Troopers, I'm buying that straight away.
Yeah. I still haven't bought it. I have a funny feeling there'll be a good special edition of that one day. But it's the same with the RoboCop one. I'm still not triggered on that RoboCop box set. Even when it was down to about 16 quid the other week, and I was like,
I've got it. I bought it. But all the extras are an American version of Starship Troopers.
Oh, is it?
But they're region free, so it's easy to get.
Region free.
Yeah.
Well, I got region free player now, but RoboCop 2 is such a fun movie from start to finish. I really enjoyed watching a kid being a villain.
Yeah.
Fair point, says Renee. Dimitri, so it's basically then they're talking about the book version. Simulog's totally just sanitized. Okay. Leland Palmer is in RoboCop is so bizarre after you know his character in Peaks. Yes. I can't look at Leland Palmer in any other way, in general. Wasn't he like the president in like Dark Knight Rises as well? I think he is. Yeah, I think. Do you know like when they're doing the broadcast from the jail when Bale's in jail? Well, sorry, in the hole. He's the president. So,
he's in so many things. So he's a working actor.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
It's always nice to see him though. It's like, oh, that's really nice. That's cool.
Yeah. So we got Cookabug. Apparently, Takashi Miike loves the OG Starship Troopers. Who doesn't love the OG Starship Troopers?
I know, it's so good.
So good. Starship Troopers 4K is brilliant transfer. I highly recommend it. You can't. I stop making me buy stuff. Renee, Deadpool 2 stole the idea. Okay, right. So is it me that's next, or is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So next on my list, and I've talked about this on my channel recently, but Out of the Blue, Dennis Hopper. Have you seen it?
No.
No. Okay. Right. This is like the most tragic, like coming of age stories that you'll ever watch. It starts off with one of the most harrowing opening scenes ever, and it ends with one of the most tragic endings to a film ever. And it's held all together by a young girl who is going through hell with an alcoholic father and a drug dependent mother. It's one of these like stories that just sticks with you until the day you die. It's a phenomenal performance from Dennis Hopper. It's got a fantastic soundtrack that includes Elvis and grunge music. And then you actually have, I can't remember the name of the actress now, but Roman knows what I'm talking about, so he'll say the name in a minute.
Linda Mans.
Sorry?
Linda Mans is some.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, it's just absolutely one of the ultimate 80s films that nobody seems to have watched at all. But I'll give you, if this loads up now, wait a minute. Sorry. It's loading. So basically, a young girl with a father is an ex-convict and whose mother is a junkie, finds it difficult to conform and tries to find comfort in quirky combinations of Elvis and the punk scene. But literally, it's just really heartbreaking. And it's just interesting, like how she copes, how she uses music to cope. It really is one of these films like I would recommend anybody to see. I'm really not giving it much justice by what I'm saying, but I honestly, it's Linda Mans in this film is one of the best leading performances you'll ever see in a film. I'll stop waffling now, but yeah. Has anybody in the chat seen Out of the Blue? Because I would seriously recommend it.
How do you see it? Because I've heard of it. I've never had a chance to see it. Because it's one of those films that's hard to find.
DVD.
Is it?
I have a DVD. Yeah,
Wow.
I've got a DVD of it. I managed to track one down when I was in Italy, and I got it, and that's how I got it. So yeah, it's quite hard to find. What?
Yeah.
So yeah. Sorry.
So I've got the last movie, the one that Indicator released last year.
Yeah.
Did a review on that one. That was quite interesting to see, like the film that destroyed Dennis Hopper's career. And you end up thinking it was pretty good. It was quite weird, but it was pretty interesting.
Hopper's a great director, man. I stand by that. But he wasn't even meant to direct Out of the Blue. But the director was fired, I believe, and then he was thrown into the mix of this film. He was only just meant to be playing the father, and then he just makes a really poetically powerful film. It's absolutely crazy. But I was a bit shooken after watching it because there's really difficult scenes to see, to watch in it. There's, it's a young girl having to grow up really fast because of her family's issues. A really good film. Okay, so Aka Robertson says Out of the Blue is a great film. I have an Australian DVD release. Then you got Roman says the sequence where the girl goes to the Pointed Sticks concert in downtown Vancouver really sticks in my mind. It is I'm not going to say anything about it, but it's a very good scene. It's a hell of a process of a film. It's I would say Out of the Blue and Oshima's Boy have been like those two films that have really stuck with me. But there's kind of similar parallels discussing like childhood and growing up with difficult circumstances. But yeah, Kuckerberg saying, I know Blue Velvet is going to be on Dion's list. How do you know, Kuckerberg? You'll never know until I say so. Yeah. So yeah, Out of the Blue. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. But it's really difficult to find a copy of it. I don't know if it's on YouTube even. I'll check now.
I'm getting a drink just now while you check. I'm running a drink. Oh, back sec.
Out of the Blue full movie. No, it is not on YouTube. No, it is not. No. Okay, so that's that. Colors, Sean Penn movie, good flick. I've never seen Colors, Sean Penn. I'm to be honest with you, I'm not a massive Sean Penn fan. I like him in Mystic River. I like him in Milk. That's kind of it. Let's not talk about I Am Sam though, because that was just one of those films that I tried to forget. So yeah, right. So Peter's back. Huss, do you want to start with your fourth choice?
My fourth choice is I'm going to go for The Killer, directed by John Woo. Yeah, you know John Woo's going to be on here a few times.
Yeah.
You know, this was another one, Hong Kong action movies at the time. And this is a really cool movie. You've got Danny Lee, Chow Yun-fat. Danny Lee plays this cop looking for this assassin, and Chow Yun-fat is this assassin. And he has this sort of like change of heart during his during a mission, which blinds a girl, and it's just such a proper it's a proper manly film with like, these two leading actors that like just oh man, Danny Lee and Chow Yun-fat were awesome together. I mean, they were. It's so. I don't know what I could really say about this movie. I mean, the action is brilliant. Chow Yun-fat, I think this movie was like highly inspired by Melville's The Samurai. I mean, I know John Woo has said this in the past, and I think it's inspired other movies like John Wick as well. And Chow Yun-fat was the coolest in this film, and I mean, it'll come up again later on in my list, but yeah, this was, I think, other than A Better Tomorrow, Chow Yun-fat's coolest role. Yeah, have you guys seen it, Killer?
Yeah, John Woo.
I've been reading a lot about John Woo this week because I knew you'd have John Woo on it, but it sounds like a very cool film that I should watch. But yeah,
I found it. I was at a second-hand video store, and I first found it. I hadn't heard of it. Just a killer. What this is? I thought it's cheap and it looks kind of cool, so I'll just get it. And it's one of those big boxes, the VHS boxes, the really big ones. So I just took it home and watched it, and I was like, "Oh my god!" That thing is where you just didn't see this one coming at all. Just like kind of like RoboCop, we didn't see it coming. It was like, this is astonishing because it goes like straight away. There's no breather. There's the first 20 minutes, just tons of action, and it gets bigger.
Yeah, there's this really cool scene where he's on a boat and he's just doing a sniper from like miles away on a boat. And it just looks so slick. And, I mean, this has got a Criterion DVD release as well, which is, I mean, I remember seeing it on Dice Game's channel, where he had like I don't know if he had it on his channel or his Facebook, but yeah, an amazing movie.
We've got some love here. Rene says The Killer, many exclamation marks. John Woo 80s and Hard Boiled say no more.
Yeah,
I'm assuming Hard Boiled is on your list. And then Roman says Chow Yun-fat is the coolest.
He is.
Right. So, what have you got next for us, Peter?
I've got Excalibur.
Nice.
Excalibur. This is another one I saw when I was very young. It just utterly blew my mind. I'm a massive John Boorman fan. Even his disasters, I like. Even though John Boorman's a guy who can either really deliver or really go off base and do something really strange. But the films he delivers on, like Point Blank, Deliverance, Hell in the Pacific, he's so good. And this one is a Arthurian Legends, but done like 100%. There's so much in 2.5 hours. So the characterization is broad, but it's so good though, because you get the myth of Arthur trying to be the king, trying to work out what the king actually means to him, and how he delivers a legend that's going to go down in history. And the idea was, what's a legend? What's the meaning of his life? And what's the meaning of a myth, really? And it's all about that idea of myth and how does the myth affect the people involved in it. And you get these amazing sequences throughout, just seeing the rise of Arthur, the rise of the land becoming this beautiful greenery, and then when it goes wrong, they search the Holy Grail through all this mud, and Percival having to go through the mud and through all these trials to find the Holy Grail. And the final battle scene as he fights his own son. It's a wonderful film. I could rave for hours with this film. I could probably guess.
Yeah. It's a personal Zack Snyder favorite, isn't it? Also, because it features in Batman vs Superman.
Don't taint it. Don't.
That's funny enough. That's the way I actually watched Excalibur, was because the opening shot in Batman vs Superman is the movie theater with Excalibur, and I was like, I've never actually watched Excalibur, so I watched after it. But I adore it. Also, it's a very cool film. But it's kind of weird. Also, you don't really hear many people talking about Excalibur either. I just find it a bit bizarre. Have you watched it, Huss?
I saw it years ago, but I really want to watch it again, because when I watched it, you don't realise all these actors that are in it.
Yeah,
exactly. It's got Patrick Stewart, Liam Neeson, and in just like smaller roles, and it was a launch pad for a lot of big actors. Yeah, amazing British film. Helen Mirren as well.
Helen Mirren.
Gabriel Byrne start of it. He pops out for the first 20 minutes.
Weird, isn't it? Nah, definitely. That was a good choice. I contemplated it, but it's been a long time since I watched it, so it wasn't so fresh in my head. But definitely a good one. Nobody's saying anything about Excalibur. But we have Kuckerberg saying the opening scene of the killer in the church, when the preceding scene in the restaurant, perfection, makes Americanized hitman movies like Leon look like Troll 2 so good.
Yeah, it is just perfection.
Critique. I like Leon though. So.
Yes, the killer actually is the idea of a perfect action movie. That's it. That's like how you craft an action movie. Show them a killer, and you see how you do it.
Yeah. No, it seems like it's a point of reference. Jason Kemp, I saw the Oliver Harper review of Excalibur recently. Roman, yeah, sure, but what about the Guy Ritchie version with David Beckham? Fucking appalling. Absolutely appalling. That film is. He could have made a Man from U.N.C.L.E. sequel instead of that freaking mess. But yeah, what else we got? Dimitri needs to see Excalibur. Sorry?
Could be worse though. It could be First Night. First Night is the worst.
Oh god, yeah.
That's the worst. That's it's so bad you can never get worse than that one.
Yeah. Oh Jesus, I forgot completely about that. Thanks for bringing that back to my mind.
I want to see it once, and that's enough.
Dimitri says needs to see Excalibur to prepare for the Snyder Cut. Oh, for God's sakes, of course you do. Anybody excited about the Snyder Cut? Because I am. I'm pretty fucking hyped.
I want to see a train wreck. Like I'm always up for a train wreck, and this is going to be a train wreck. Among train wrecks.
I'm going to be quite bluntly honest with this now, but I actually am one of these people that don't actually mind Justice League. I watch it regularly just because I just find it such an easy watch. I don't have to focus or anything like that. I think it's okay.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, I gave it a 3-star review when I did a written review for a site. And then the comments on it is like, why would you give this monstrosity a 3 stars? And it's like, it's my opinion. Does it really matter?
Yeah, I took my nephew to see it because he's young. I just want to see it. He enjoyed Superman, Batman, all the rest of it. And it was like, so I thought for a chill day. So it was good fun. So,
yeah, exactly. It's just, it's pointless, but it's fine.
Yeah.
What it is, you know what I mean? But I was surprised that Warner Bros. Said yes to it. I never anticipate, and to give him an extra $20 million to finish it.
It's for streaming service. That's it. It's just a
crazy. I think it's just to build the hype for HBO Max as well, obviously. So
So what is he? Did he refilm bits of it?
So basically, Zack Snyder. The original cut of Justice League is 4 hours allegedly. That's what Snyder said, and it was actually meant to be in black and white also. And then after Snyder's daughter committed suicide, he left the project, and then they gave Joss Whedon the film to complete. They reshot scenes, and then the studio said to him, "You can't make this film more than 2 hours long because we don't want it to be more than 2 hours." So there's stuff within the film that apparently Green Lantern makes an appearance in this film. There's Darkseid is actually meant to be featured in this film. There's a lot of stuff that Snyder had in the script and actually shot. So there's no reshoots or anything like that. He's using all the footage that he made. Maybe there's going to be a couple of add-ons, but it's a crazy feat of cinema, if you ask me.
Maybe they shot all the film though before.
Yeah. So it's there, but I think he's just going to stick to his original script, add the VFX to the scenes that didn't have the VFX, and go from there.
Yeah, but the thing is, no matter what it comes out as, right, I bet a certain amount of fans will say it's a masterpiece because you remember the Superman 2 thing with the donor cut?
Yeah.
That was a complete mess. And they're saying, it's finally back to what it should be. And it's like, that was terrible. It was like, they should have released that. That was like a DVD extra. That was terrible.
Yeah.
And it was like, that'll be the same thing here.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Was there not an extended cut of The Watchmen?
Yeah, there's an extended cut for Watchmen. There's an extended cut for Watchmen and Batman vs Superman as well.
Yep.
But was the extended cut of Watchmen any better, or was it just like the scenes on the ship? That was like the
in all honesty, I kind of prefer the original cut, but it just adds more of the resources of the comic.
The Justice League is going to be like actual, like more of the story, more of the film. It's not just
4 hours.
4 hours of Zack Snyder's interpretation of
20 minutes of story. Because I mean, Justice League at 2 hours was still a 20-minute story expanded.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So there's nothing.
Yeah. God knows.
Yeah, but things like, I was a big fan of watching the graphic novel, and I still have lots of problems with that adaptation. Like some of the casting is terrible, and it's like I keep on watching every cut they do of it, hoping there's a better cut, and I always feel like I'm just punishing myself because it's like you're buying it just to see it, and you think, why did I do that? Go better. I am too.
Did you see the TV show?
I love the TV show.
I loved it. I thought it was
perfect.
Brilliant.
I need to watch this still. It's one of those ones to watch.
It's really good. Right, okay, we've kicked up a bit of people talking here now. Jason Kemp says, some films you just need to switch your brain off. Yeah, just as big as that. Along with San Andreas, which I will talk about anytime. Roman says, I want a Snyder cut for everything. Let him recut Psycho. Oh, God. Dimitri, jokes aside, Snyder's director ultimate cuts are vastly superior to the theatrical ones, so it's bound to be the very least intriguing. Exactly. Renee, 4 hours. Wow, exactly 4 hours of Batfleck. Sin Monologues, I generally like his Dawn of the Dead, Watchmen. I just don't care about the DC films. Do you know what? I see what you mean. I think the problem for me is like I am a massive Batman fan, and I've always been a massive Batman fan. So I have a massive. I like for Marvel, I take it or leave it. But once there's a Batman film, I'm like, yeah, give it to me now. I thought Ben Affleck was a good Batman in person.
So did I. I liked him as Batman.
Yeah,
he did the material, but he did the job.
Yeah, I kind of do wish they did the Dark Knight Return. The Dark Knight Returns, the Frank Miller graphic novel. If they made that with Ben Affleck, I think it would have been brilliant. But never going to happen.
The problem with those
He
films
was
is Henry Cavill, I think, more than
Yeah.
Affleck.
Yeah,
And he's
He
good
was
at that
so
film as
dark.
well. It's just that.
yeah,
yeah. His
It's
Batman was so dark,
yeah.
and it was
exactly.
like proper, like he would like literally kill someone,
Mm.
and that's what the essence of Batman is. He's like this literal like vigilante who is dark.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
he's
But
in
this
the
is what-
shadow.
Yeah, but this is
Yeah.
what pisses people off is like Batman doesn't kill, and I think that's why people started to hate him.
Michael Keaton strapped bombs to people and blew them up.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But when it came to this, it was a different story. But this is the thing as well. Like Robert Pattinson as Batman, I am so stoked because I am a massive Robert Pattinson advocate.
So mad. Chris
Yeah,
Bottas is so good.
yeah.
He was so good in that.
Just everything he's made after Twilight, just love him. He's an absolute legend.
If you watch Twilight, though, you watch him in it.
Yeah.
He's taking out of it. He is not involved in that film at all. He's a
Yeah. The funny thing is, like the first one, I think okay, yeah, but the rest of him, he just doesn't give a shit, does he? Because he knows he's making money.
I know.
So yeah, it's really weird. But the career that he's evolved for himself to work with like Cronenberg, Claire Denis, so many great actors. It's crazy. But yeah, Dimitri 300 is visually fantastic, but I'm iffy on Miller's politics. Plus, Sucker Punch had some genuinely interesting ideas. If the director's cut, especially the Sucker Punch was just such a massive misfire. That's the only problem. If he creates his own ideas,
So
weird.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's talk. Let's talk that Frank Miller apparently is a fascist.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Started off the deep end for a long time, and now he apologizes for what he said because he knows it's a bit daft.
Mm.
So.
That man has had a very bizarre career. Anyway, like the Sin City graphic novels are like some of my favorite graphic novels to read.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Like they're fantastic. What we got? San Andreas is the most self-aware rock blockbuster. Preach, hell yes. Preach the San Andreas love. I love you. Rampage. I wasn't so keen on it. It's better than Skyscraper. I can tell you that much.
Rampage is the dumbest film ever made. Rampage is so stupid. But that's what you like sometimes.
What else we got? Kuckerberg. I love the OG Burton Batman. Do you know what? I'm not a fan of the OG. I love Batman Returns a lot more than I like the original Batman. Yeah.
Batman Returns is my favorite Batman film.
Yeah.
I like Batman, but Batman Returns.
Yeah. Batman
Apparently,
Returns.
Tim Burton's never read a comic book in his life. Like
Probably
at the
not.
time when he wrote, when he done Batman.
Like, I still want to see his version of Nick Cage as Superman, though. That would be hilarious.
I looked interesting when I saw it.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. The documentary that John Schnepp made about this Tim Burton Superman movie is actually worth watching if nobody's ever seen it, because you see more of Burton's like pictures and stuff for it, but it's pretty cool. Bob Patterson and Matt Reeves is really intriguing to me. Hell yes. I'm not saying it's going to be like amazing, but I have a good feeling that it's going to be the Batman movie that I've been waiting for, especially the detective side of Batman.
Yeah,
that's what I want.
It's kind of weird because now after saw Batman Returns, it's like, okay, I've got my version of Batman now. I don't care what they do with it after that. It's just like, if I do a character and do one film that's what I want from that character.
Yeah.
Whatever happens after that, I don't care. It's fine. I've got my version of it and I'm fine.
Yeah.
So,
got Kuckerberg here.
Yeah.
Only good thing about Sucker Punch was the hot broads. I wouldn't go that far, but it was decency in it. So yeah. What else have we got? Dimitri Zack Snyder is an Ayn Rand fan, so no surprises there. Then Renee says Batman Returns is my favorite Batman film. Marvel Fan 45, hello. My phone's been glitchy, so I can't make it for the full stream. But tons of Kung Fu movie reviews coming soon, so be ready. Okay, we look forward to that, Marvel. Huss is giving you the seal of approval. Right, so shall we carry? Oh, I like the Nolan Batmans also, even though I despise superhero movies in general. The Nolan ones are good. Obviously Dark Knight is one of those like films that kind of got a lot of people into cinema. So
yeah, they're just theme park rides.
Well, did you see the trailer for Tenet?
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Not yet.
Yeah,
I'm not so hot on it, but It's got our Pat, so I'm okay. I'll be fine. And John D. Washington.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I watched it and I thought, that's an episode of Red Dwarf. It's an episode backwards. It's a Red Dwarf episode.
Oh God! Right, who's next now?
You.
Is it me?
Yeah.
What was your choice now?
Excalibur.
Excalibur. Oh yeah, we're gonna start talking about Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Just
next.
drifted off there, didn't we?
Yeah, but yeah, I know this is what happens on the stream. Next one of mine is Paul Schrader's Mishima Life 4 Chapters.
I had that as well, so I can take that one off.
Did you have it as well, Hus?
Which one?
Did you have Mishima on your list?
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't know anything about Mishima before I watched the Schrader film, but I think it's one of the best like art house biopics of any kind of human being to exist. I just love how he changes the colorization of the film, how the tone changes. You just see the evolution of somebody becoming such an acclaimed person, and then just the end of his life just becomes so fascinating. I genuinely think it's my favorite Paul Schrader film. And the fact that an American director made such a beautiful Asian film is phenomenal. And I think that kind of shows you the artistry of Paul Schrader as a creator. Yeah, I adore Mishima. I got that Criterion Special Edition a few years ago, and I just went, why have I not watched this before? Love it. But yeah,
it does make you want to delve into his character, into the real person. And he's just such a fascinating guy.
Exactly.
The cinematography is, that whole room in gold is just stunning. It's so beautiful. It reminds me of the cinematography of Konnichiwa. But yeah, an American director doing that.
It's crazy, isn't it? And I think that's the thing about Schrader is that he's such a learned person. Like his research to everything he's created is very thorough. I think it's such a strong depiction of Mishima's life. Obviously, I've read a couple of Mishimas since then, but I think it's one of the it's not a very well discussed film either, which kind of baffles me because I think it's a pinnacle film of the 1980s.
But it wasn't distributed for a long time. I mean, now Criterion's done one, and I was going to see it again. But for a long time, I was the only person who had seen it, really, because it was no one else had seen it because he couldn't find it. It was I bet it would be I would like to see that film, but where do you find it? So it's
absolutely, But it's a fantastic Schrader film. I have a lot of respect for that film, big time. But yeah, nobody's talking about Mishima in the thread. Sadness.
Yeah.
Ken Ogata, he was brilliant in that film. And he's a really good actor. I mean, the films that he's done are some of the best Asian films. I mean, he was in the Ballad of Narayama. Vengeance is Mine. He's just, and he's so good in it. Yeah.
Yeah, Schrader's like Cronenberg for me. He was like one of those early directors that I latched onto really quick, and Blue Collar, and then Mishima came on Movie Drone once, the late 80s, and that. So that was one of the early films I saw as Schrader. So I just kind of one of those ones that was like, oh my god, this is what cinema is. This is something different. This is something that, even though intellectually I didn't understand some of it, just visually, just kind of washed over you.
Yeah.
It's also nice and complicated, though. I find this film that doesn't rule everything. You have to interpret a lot of things yourself. And I think that's one thing with it.
Yeah, it's a very organically developed film as well, isn't it? It's very natural. Aka Robertson says the Philip Glass score is also good.
Yeah.
And Mishima is one of the finest biopics. Incredible film, says Dimitri. So okay, we've had a few discourses, so that's good. Right, Hus, what have you got next?
Okay, next up, let me just go into my list. It is the directorial debut of one of Hong Kong's greats, As Tears Go By Wong Kar-wai. Very different from any other Wong Kar-wai movie. It's a crime movie with three great leading casts. You have Andy Lau, Jackie Chung, Maggie Chung, and the performances in this. A film very similar to Mean Streets. You have these two gangsters in there. Obviously, one being like the older brother type character, and you have Jackie Chung in the sort of De Niro type role, this young, reckless guy, and Jackie Chung just gives one of his best performances in this, and also with the passion between Andy Lau and Maggie Chung, it's phenomenal, and then you see elements of what would have been what became of Wong Kar-wai with his the colorization of some of the scenes. I mean, there's this room that's all like with these cyan tones, and it's just so gorgeous. And the soundtrack, it's got a Cantonese version of "Take My Breath Away," which just it is so cool. I mean, it's Andy Lau was the pretty boy of Hong Kong at the time, and it's just brilliant. Yeah, I highly recommend it for anyone who if you want to get into Wong Kar-wai, and everyone sees In the Mood for Love, Chungking Express. This was his first film, very different. If you want to see him doing something like a crime movie, this is what you get. It's brilliant. Yeah.
I actually just watched this before we were on stream this afternoon.
What did you think of it?
Loved it. Absolutely. I really liked it as well. You see like the early stages of him developing his career within the actual narrative and the style.
Yeah.
But it's always cool when you watch the director's first film and then how it's evolved. Like I did that with Shivers the other day with Cronenberg. I rewatched it and I was just like, oh, you can see those little connections that didn't connect in their brain just then, but it's always fascinating to see. But yeah, it's a really weird Wong Kar-wai because not many people will talk about it either.
Yeah,
because they always talk about your like mid-90s, early 2000s every time. So yeah, man, definitely, I 100% agree.
It was his highest grossing film up until The Grandmaster.
Was it?
Yeah.
I think releasing in Hong Kong as well at that time, it's a type of film that an audience would go and see as well, though.
Yeah.
So I can see why it was like probably his highest grossing up till then. That makes sense.
Three huge actors in there. Like Andy Lau was at the top of his game.
Yeah.
And same with Jackie Chung. Yeah.
Good movie. Nah. Good choice, my friend. Very good choice.
Thank you.
Yes, I haven't seen it yet. I need to see it, but I haven't.
Well, I think we'll all get a chance. Dion keeps saying there's going to be a Wong Kar-wai box set from Criterion.
Christmas 2020, my friends.
Oh, I can't wait. I really can't wait. It needs to be a remaster of that. Yeah. I've got it on Blu-ray. It's not perfect, but yeah, I mean, it's good enough. It's good enough.
We've got Kuckerberg here now saying, I think the exquisite cinematography in his later films is why he got most mentions. Christopher Doyle's so good, obviously. Christopher Doyle. He's Deacon's level, in my humble opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Just more of a pisshead.
Yeah. It's like a drunk version of Deacon.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. The urban Deacons down with the people. But yeah, good choice. Right, what have you got next then, Peter?
Mine's the last film I directed. It's also a gangster film. It's Once Upon a Time in America.
Good
choice. Very good choice.
That's it's one of my favorite films of all time. This is just such a beautiful film. It's just wonderful. It's like it's one of those films I don't watch very often. I just watch it when I need to watch it because you don't want to ruin it by overanalyzing anything. It's just like you just sit there and it's 4 hours later, it's over, but it's like it's so haunting. But just sitting through it and just feeling the atmosphere, it all just is beautiful. and the ending's such a body blow. You know, when James Woods comes back, and it's how De Niro's been betrayed, and it's one of De Niro's best performances, I think. Even though it's very underplayed, it's just very beautiful performance, very layered, and just the layerings of the children with the adults they become. How you see them being rough as a child, and then as they become older, and they're becoming really brutal gangsters, but you still see the emotion behind it all, and the beauty of the life they lived against the darkness of the life they lived, and it's just a wonderful film. It's just one of those films that's just perfect. Maybe not as perfect as Once Upon a Time in the West, but almost for me, you know.
Yeah.
And 4 hours
Exactly.
so easily. You know? So it's
yeah. I mean, yeah, they probably the most despicable group of characters
I know.
I've seen in a film. I mean, that scene when they're swapping the babies in the hospital. You know, and the scenes with the women, it's just like, oh no, they're so dark, and you know, in some ways, I think Leone glorifies them but in a way that you still think, oh, you know, they are cool guys, but they are the worst type of human beings you'll ever see.
Yeah. But there is a romance to them, but that is very dark.
Yeah.
There's a dark undertone to it. But it's so beautiful to watch it, though, even though they're such scumbags.
I agree. I agree. And I love the way Leone shows that Jewish culture, because it shows such a beauty to it, which you don't see in, like, you know, unless you see like a very Jewish Orthodox film. But it's almost so like poetic, and you know, very similar to like the Italian gangster movies. It's a wonderful film.
Yeah,
preach. But what we got here? Roman says another Leone masterpiece. US release was butchered back in the day. Studio cut it down to 2 hours. I did not know that. Neither have ever seen a 2-hour cut of it.
Yeah, I've never seen it either. It's just been excised from existence. But in American Blu-rays, you trim cuts of it. The long cut and the even longer cut.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I know that you can always get like airplane cuts, because 2001: Space Odyssey, when I went to Hong Kong, it came up on my like flight thing. 1 hour and 55 minutes it was. So how the hell do you cut 2000: Space Odyssey into an hour and 55? I'll never understand. Roman also says James Wood is good at being despicable. Well, he's a despicable man anyway. James Wood. Then Kuckerberg also says the same. He's despicable in the real world. Hell yes, he is. Yeah, he does need to act. Then says Roman. He's got good experience at being a boss. Ennio Morricone and Leone, perfect match. They are a beautiful match. Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll be able to get James Wood and Robert De Niro in the same room, because I think James Wood's become so political now, and he's, you know, does he even work still?
No,
I haven't seen him in anything in a long time.
Yeah, but in the 80s, it's like a great career in the 80s, because he was doing so many great films, and then went completely off the rails.
Yeah, he was one of the biggest like actors in the 1980s, really, up and coming as well. Very bizarre. Yeah, but De Niro. When I think of De Niro now, I just think of. Do you remember when he's on like CNN or something like that? Do you know what? Fuck Trump.
Yeah,
it's just that I thought
I'd love to punch him in the face.
Yeah.
He literally said he wants to punch him in the face.
De Niro don't care. Like, yeah, what a moment that was. But yeah. Definitely. Right. Okay. What have I got next? I am going to go for. Okay. I'm going to go for a French film. It's called Ma Voix Sang, or Bad Blood. It's by Leos Carax. It's a film that has Juliette Binoche and Denis Lavant. And it's just a really darkly humorous film about two people falling in love and just the things that they get along in life. I'm not going to ramble on too long about this, but it's a really cool Leos Carax film. He's obviously, if you haven't seen Leos Carax, he's made Holy Motors, which is like his biggest film. But yeah, it's really good, and it's hard to describe it in any kind of way, but it's just an experience just to see two people connecting and the things that actually go on. It's got some of the best like editing you'll see in film, and Carax always picks like really good like music in his films also. It's just really good. I really like it. It was his second film before he made his first film in the 80s was called Boy Meets Girl, which I'm not so keen on, but this one, very, very good. But I don't know if anybody else, have either you guys seen it? No?
I was wondering maybe Binoche in some bridge thing. It was
Lovers on the Bridge is a 90s film. That's my other favorite Carax film, but when we get to the 90s, I'll talk about that one.
Yeah, because I saw that in the Film Society when I was a film student. It was one of those films that came up as like, I don't know anything about this film, I was going to see it anyway. It was like, oh, this is really interesting. It
is really good.
Didn't it kind of ruin his career for a while?
Yeah. So yeah, there's like Carax, like with Lovers on the Bridge, he actually closed the whole of Pont Neuf, which is like the oldest bridge in Paris, made like a massive film set, and then just got to make a film on it. It's absolutely mental. There's scenes like over with fireworks and stuff. It's amazing. It's really good. But yeah, R.I.P. Michel Piccolo. Yeah, amazing French actor. Dimitri, wait, Malvoisin, I thought Dion was talking about Boy Meets Girl. Pardon. You better pardon yourself, not knowing the difference between Malvoisin and Boy Meets Girl, Dimitri. But I put it in my list purely for the reason I just love talking about Leos Carax. He's one of my favorite directors. He's got a new film coming out maybe next year now with Adam Driver and Marion Cotillard. It's called Annette, and it's a 95% sung movie, so it's a musical. But it's going to be very mature. Oh yeah, it's going to be really cool. But if you've never seen a Leos Carax film, watch Holy Motors, because it's one of my favorite films of all time.
I've got the Blu-ray. I haven't watched it yet, but it's one of those ones.
Highly implore.
Yeah,
really encourage anybody to check out Holy Motors. But yeah, so en passant. Next for you, Hus.
Next up, okay. I'm going to go for Videodrome.
Yeah.
By Cronenberg. I absolutely love this film. I mean, we're just talking about James Woods being a disgusting person.
Yeah.
He is so disgusting in this. Just a horrible person. Just the way he gets engulfed into this world of the Videodrome, you know, and this secret society type channel thing. It's just brilliant, you know. And it was the age of the video nasties, and you know, it was perfect for its time. You know, I mean, I think Cronenberg did something similar for the video game, you know, sort of time with Existence.
Yeah,
but this was like our era of that was the video nasties, and I think Cronenberg was just a masterpiece. This film, I love it.
I definitely, I agree with you. Like, it's the thing about I think the thing about Videodrome is like it's like the pantheon Cronenberg, I think. And then it's like, and that's why I never always say it's my favorite Cronenberg, because everybody seems to push for that. But I think that's why I do prefer Dead Ringers. I appreciate Dead Ringers and Crash a lot more. But I remember watching Videodrome distinctly on like Channel 4, like really late at night when I know I shouldn't have been watching it, and it just freaked the hell out of me. And then it's I think it's the Cronenberg that I've revisited the most in my life as well, definitely. But just James Woods and Debbie Harry in that film. You know, the hand coming out of the screen, the videotape, everything about it. It's crazy. Love it.
Yeah.
I like how it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense. It's like, it's not about narrative sense, it's about the emotional sense of the character going through this confusion, and you never quite...
Yeah.
You're not really falling for the plot, you're falling for how he's reacting to stuff, and the plot doesn't really it makes sense, but doesn't make sense. It doesn't really need to make sense. It's just about the emotions at all. It's just very disturbing though, because I remember seeing it just being like, I don't understand this, but it's amazing. I just felt you were seeing the future.
Yeah.
You were. It wasn't literal future, but it's the way the 80s evolved and felt like in a weird way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. It's absolutely. It's one of those like 80s video nasties that I think it's just going to live forever in film, to be honest. But Cronenberg is just the king in Canada. Kuckerberg, Woods gets paid to be a racist on Twitter now. Too bad he was a good actor back in the day. Dimitri, wonderful film. Have you seen the test screening reaction notes from the viewers? People hated it. Yeah, it actually came up on Twitter recently, but just loads of cards just saying, what is this movie about? This is the most disgusting film I've ever seen. Absolutely crazy. Roman, long live the new flesh. Need you say more? Kuckerberg, Videodrome wasn't even available fully uncut in the UK until Arrow put it out with that limited blue set.
Yeah, that wasn't long ago.
Do you know what? I regret I sold my set because I was just like, I needed the money at the time, and I regret it fully now because it's going for like stupid money online.
I have the Arrow set, and I've got the old Criterion DVD.
Yeah,
the video thing. I don't know many things about Videodrome, but it's a lot.
Yeah, I've got the standard Amaray for it, but that's it. So but no.
If you want to freak any normal people out, any normal friends, I just show Videodrome or Naked Lunch, because I've done that for a few different set of friends, and always look at you as if you're weird. Why did you show us this?
That's hilarious.
I know what I'm doing. It's like I'm just being a dick.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Kuckerberg, I still have my limited Arrow set sealed. Well, Kuckerberg, if you ever want to give it to anybody as a gift, or you'd sell it for the original retail price, let me know. It was 25 quid.
I've got the Criterion. I'm really happy with that. The Criterion Blu-ray.
Yeah,
I know the Arrow release is just stunning, and it's got everything in there.
Yeah. I regret. I have, like I said, I've got the Arrow standard Amaray of it now, but I kind of needed the money at the time. I was a hungry student and I needed the money.
Yeah,
and I stand by that. So yeah, good choice, Huss. Good choice. So what have we got up next, Peter?
Sans Soleil, Chris Marker's Sans Soleil. It was. Has anybody seen Sans Soleil?
I have not. No.
It's wonderful. It's it looks like Japanese culture, a lot of other cultures at the same time. It's like it's really hard to explain this one. It's like Chris Marker shoots as if his letters coming from somebody, explain the culture of Tokyo and all the different Japanese beliefs that are different from what we think, and then he goes into other cultures, the African cultures, and showing the similarities and differences in cultures, and what does cultures mean to people, and like what does your identity and a culture mean to you, and how is it different, how is it the same? So it kind of wanders all over the place. It's not like it's trying to have a narrative or anything. It's just like a documentary that lasts for an hour and a half and it's perfect. And you try to explain what it is afterwards. It's like, I don't know. I just know it was an amazing experience, and that's what it is. It's like Chris Marker does these great experience films. Like if you get this box set, we get all these documentaries made all but it's set in Paris and stuff like that. He's all about experience of the cultures, and this is one of his best films. It just is so beautiful, and it just looks at the Japanese culture and the eccentricities, and looks at other cultures and their eccentricities. It's just wonderful. And
I'm reading about it. It sounds really interesting. It says that the meditation on the nature of human memory, showing the inability to recall the context and nuances of memory, and how, as a result, the perception of people and global histories is affected. But yeah, that sounds actually very interesting. Very interesting.
It makes there's all these weird video experiments throughout as well. So you're seeing footage that was shot, then it's been messed around in the video, but it's obviously done in the video. So you're meant to know it's been messed around with, and it's like how do you experience it when you see sort of human bits within the weird video visuals. So it's very odd, but
Interesting. That sounds really cool. I think I'm gonna have to add that to my list because it sounds like something I would watch. You got Roman saying was watching a Chris Marker film before the stream started. Still haven't seen Sans Soleil. But apparently it's on Mubi France right now. Maybe it's on Mubi UK then.
it's on Criterion. Criterion has it.
It's on Criterion Channel.
No, Criterion have released the Blu-ray with Sludgy.
Right.
So
Have a look.
because I had it in DVD for years.
Oh.
Out.
It is available on Criterion Channel currently. So you can see it there, or maybe it's on Mubi. I'll have a look. Have you seen the new Mubi library now? It's crazy. There's so much choice there. It's not in UK Mubi library, but Criterion Channel, if anybody wants to check it out. Quite keen on that now. I like random finds like that. Good choice. And to have a documentary on the list. I don't think we've had a documentary in any of our lists.
I've got another one coming. So
Have we? Oh, okay. I'm sure Roman's going to love that because he's a massive documentary guy. I'm going to get this one out of the way because it's not as, well, it's good in my eyes, but Beetlejuice, Tim Burton, 1988.
I almost said Pee Wee.
Pee Wee Herman. Nice. For me, like Beetlejuice is like one of my biggest entry points into film in general. Obviously, being an 80s kid and then in the 90s having VHS, and it was one of those VHSs I watched over and over and over again, even though it's rated at 15. I just adored it. It's just so funny. It is a really interesting like concept of how death works and how people like deal with their own mortality. And obviously Michael Keaton is just absolutely brilliant as Beetlejuice. It's some of the best like stop motion animation, just utterly creative. And I think it's a good point to show the 80s for what it was. It was such a creative time for like American cinema in particular to show that they could actually make unique films. And I love it. And then obviously, as I've said many times, Winona Ryder was my first love. And Winona is in this movie.
Yeah.
So there we go. I love Beetlejuice a lot.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
It's just so. I really love the scenes when they go outside of purgatory and they when they go through that brick door and those scenes are just beautiful. And I think Tim Burton, I wish he went back to this style of filmmaking.
Yeah,
like now he's doing all those Disney films, and I think this was like Tim Burton at his best, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, this Edward Scissorhands, they're just, it's such a shame. I really love these style of film that he did. And like I said, Michael Keaton was amazing.
And then it's kind of funny when you think about it. If it wasn't for Beetlejuice, he wouldn't have been cast in Batman.
Yeah.
So swings and roundabouts, really. But it's. I know it's a bit of a random one. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was random either, but it's not one of those that you would always see in a 1980s list. But I do generally think, Burton at that point was just unstoppable, and he just showed so much imagination. You didn't see that much kind of creativity in Hollywood at this point.
Yeah, no. I think Burton was great until Mars Attack, and then it just went downhill after that. It was like he seemed to lose something. I think he seemed to stop working with interesting writers, and it just became a bit tough. And before that, I worked with odd writers, and then after that, it just kind of
I think it's the best way I say this is the bastardization into the Hollywood like elite. I think that's the problem with it. It's what's happening to Denis Villeneuve now. I think he's just in the system now, and he's just not allowed to leave. And it's the same thing with Taika Waititi. He's doing the same thing. He had an interesting vision, and now it's going into that. But that's what happened with Burton. Obviously, like Ed Wood. I think Big Fish was actually a really good film from Burton. Sweeney Todd as well. But in the middle, obviously, he made Apes and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's so many weird ones in the mix. But when you go to like early career Burton, it's the best.
Yeah.
Actually, when I saw Beetlejuice, I saw the cinema, right, and me and my cousin tried to sneak in to Rambo 3, and we're too young, and it was like, no, you're not getting in, no way. And Beetlejuice was on, and it was like, we'll go see that instead. We'd never heard of it. It was like, we'll see what this is. And it was quite an experience, because something entirely different. But
man. So good, so good. We got Jason Kemp says Beetlejuice, great choice, Dion. Thank you very much. Renee then says Deo.
Yes.
Deo. Love it. And then obviously I love it at the end when she's dancing. Do you know when she when she levitates on the stairwell, and then you get the Denver Broncos dancing with her and stuff. Love it.
I like the line, how Beetlejuice just says, I've seen The Exorcist 500 times.
Yeah. So good. The only thing that freaked me out when I was younger was, do you know when Keaton turns into the snake creature from the banister?
Yeah, that was great.
That's that's the one that kind of freaked me out, because I still hate snakes to this day. But yeah. Derek says, hi guys. Hello to you, Derek. Yep, Tim Burton of the 80s was the biz. I still love Batman. Kuckerberg loves some Edward. I think Edward is like, but I think it's probably his best film personally. But Martin Landau in that film, fucking hell, is Bela Lugosi, so good. Then Dimitri and Roman will talk about documentaries, and then Dimitri says, I genuinely adore 2000s Burton. Elaborate, Dimitri. Go for it. Speak your heart out, my friend. Right. 2000. I just literally think of Planet of the Apes all the time, and I'm just like, what the hell was that film?
Yeah,
it was a good way to enjoy Planet of the Apes fans from the 60s and 70s. I was not a big fan of Planet of the Apes at that time, so when that film came out, I was quite enjoying seeing them all getting really upset.
Oh god, it's heavy, isn't it? Just to see like Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, he was so bad.
Yeah,
he's such a mediocre actor. I was like, how did he still
go? I think Tim Roth is good though.
I know he's good.
He's always good though.
Yeah. And then who else was in that film? Michael Clark Duncan was in it. He was like the gorilla.
Paul Giamatti was one of the gorillas.
Paul Giamatti was one of the.
He actually looked like himself.
Yeah,
really weird.
Yeah, Helena Bonham Carter was a chimp in it as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, maybe we should do a watch along of Planet of the Apes and just bash it for the 2 hour runtime that it's on.
I love Trainwrecks.
Oh, that. I still remember like cinemas were pushing hard on that. There was like a big campaign for Apes when it came out, and it just bombed. Like even. I can't remember how old I was, but I remember going with my friends to see it, and we were just like, wow, no, thank you.
Apparently, up as it went along, there was no script. They were just trying anything to keep it going, because it was such a mess of production. It was.
Yeah, I have heard the production on that was a bit, Kuckerberg Pee-wee Big Adventure is a classic. That was my introduction to Pee Wee Herman. But yeah. Absolute mental. Then we've got Roman says cinema monologue. Roman says Planet of the Apes marathon. Let's do it. Alex Trinder, welcome to the chat, my friend. You're always welcome to chat along with us, as always, my good cult cinema collector friend. Right, so we now have Huss.
Yeah, next up I've got Shinya Tsukamoto's Tetsuo Iron Man. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have seen this. Pete, have you seen this, Pete? This is one of the craziest films ever. This was the first like Japanese movie I saw, live action Japanese movie I ever saw in my life. It was.
Oh really?
On the back. After seeing loads of anime, and it was just, the stop frame animation in this is just brilliant. Very Cronenberg-esque, Lynch. You know, you've got all these, this style of filmmaking, and it's just like, you know, human that just adapts into like cybernetic, robotic, and it's just so crazy, but it's brilliant. And Tsukamoto's style of filmmaking is so disorientating. The way he like gets, you know, with the handy cam as well as the stop frame animation that is so quick. Oh, it's brilliant. It's terrifying as well. Yeah.
1000% agreed.
Yeah, the weird thing is they showed this on TV in the early 90s, like in Channel 4.
Yeah.
It was just like, that's how I saw it. It was like, what the hell are they showing? This is amazing. This is so... Because I felt like, oh my God, the moment it's showing a Cronenberg film by showing this is like almost there. You know?
Yeah.
Because it seemed so weird for the time.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. I mean, we've got it in the UK on third window, along with the sequel. I've not seen the third one, actually, which, you know, I don't think it's out on Blu-ray in the UK. There is a German Blu-ray of it, which has no English subs. But yeah, amazing film. And it was a film that galvanized Japanese cinema. I mean, Japanese cinema was in a slump at the time, and it's just like brought it back up. Like that whole, you know, indie cinema. Tsukamoto, yeah, a great director. And I think he's so underlooked. I mean, everyone talks about, you know, other Japanese directors like your Kurosawa's. He's up there. He's just is his own style. He's just a crazy director, and he really pushes the boundaries, and he makes, you know, really touching films. I mean, I don't know if anyone's seen Kotoko, which talks about mental illness. It's so compassionate, and he really puts it into his films. Brilliant director.
Yeah, I've got Kotoko back there. I need to watch it. But I loved Fires on the Plane, which I saw a few weeks ago. It was really good.
Yeah, brilliant film.
Yeah, and so I've got the Tetsuo double bill from Third Window, so it's something I need to rewatch. But it's a great film. It's so unique and weird because it's kind of like manga, kind of like Cronenberg, but not. It's almost like its own thing though. It takes influence, it does its own thing with it. It doesn't feel like it's ripping anyone off. It feels just
no.
Yeah, no, I funny enough, I was talking to one of my many bosses the other day because we're talking about the BFI got the Japan season at the moment, and then we were talking about this film, and he was just like, why would you even consider to talk about this like Japanese film compared to the others that the BFI are putting out? And I'm just like, yeah, because it's so inventive. It kind of like pushes boundaries that not that many Japanese directors went for.
Right. And
like you say, it rejuvenated an industry. Like I actually bought the Third Window after I watched it, and yeah, man, I know what you mean. It's 1000%, and obviously the chat went yes, Tetsuo for the win.
The way Tsukamoto puts you in his films is just brilliant, and you know, I think it's just the way he shoots. It literally, you know, you are in the film, and I think that's a really talented skill. I mean, it's something Fukusaku used to do with the Battles Without Honor, like puts you really into the fights. Yeah,
definitely. Right, let's see what everybody has to say. Kirkenberg says, liked your recent pickups, by the way, Huss. We need more. Need me that Tsukamoto set. Preach. I've still not purchased. Eric Fenn says, good choice. Kirkenberg, love Tetsuo Iron Man, 100%. Rene then says, Tetsuo is amazing. That film is a nightmare in the best way possible, says Alex Schindler. Derek Mantle, Tetsuo, absolutely mad film. Never wanted to see it again, but I may revisit. Tsukamoto is a great director. I might pick up the box set from Arrow Video. Says Rene. Alex Schindler, when I first saw the trailer, I thought it was late 90s, early 2000s. That's true, actually. It does. It doesn't feel 80s, does it? But it doesn't feel like any kind of period. That's the.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the thing, because I remember coming from the 80s. I know it's 80s, just it doesn't look that way, but just
that's the
memories.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing. Like with most films, you can kind of predict the era it was from.
Yeah.
But this one, it's a tricky. Obviously, it's on the cusp, isn't it? It's 89, isn't it?
Yeah, but from like
89.
late 80s.
So late 80s. Yeah.
There was a lot of stuff like Batman that where we were mixing past and future a lot of times.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a mix for a few years where you couldn't quite place it.
What else we got? Tetsuo is great, says Andre. Alex Trinder 2000s. Tsukamoto is my favorite, says Eric. And then Alex says, even though I have all the third window releases, I need the Arrow USA release of his incredible looking box set. I'm sure.
Have you seen it?
I have, yeah. It's pretty tasty, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks absolutely stunning.
This is the problem with window shopping. It's like you see these things and you're just like, well, I'm not doing anything else.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't have the shelf space for it.
Yeah.
Just want to say hello to Derek. He's my line manager at work.
Hello, Derek.
Mantle.
Hello.
Welcome. Host never says anything bad about your work, Derek. I will say this now. Opinions are his own. Kuckerberg then says Tsukamoto was wacky as hell in Ichi the Killer. Yes, he was. Right, then. What have we got next, Peter?
The Right Stuff. Phil Kaufman film, mid-80s, Ed Harris, Sam Shepard. A lot of iconic imagery from the 60s. Sam Shepard is Chuck Yeager, the guy who broke the sound barrier. And then they moved on from being the sound barrier to going into space. And it's just about the space race and fighting, going against the Russians. They have the break records in space and all about propaganda, but also about how hard it was to do this, how hard it was to run the space race and how to be astronauts within the space race, and how the hype overtook the actual achievement. So it's a look at the bravery of the Americans, but also the downfall of them because they were so into hype that they ignored the achievements. It's just a beautiful film. There's a great sense of melancholy for what's been lost, as well as a sense of the future evolving out of something different, which is what happens in a lot of cultures. That everything subtly changes before you even notice, and then suddenly you go from being current to being past it.
Yeah.
So it's a beautiful film. It's really beautiful. And I'm a space junkie. I love all the space stuff. So I was smitten as soon as I saw this film.
It's a good choice. Yeah, it's one of those that I've always wanted to watch, but I've still not. I have to be like in a mood for like space race stuff. Like with like Apollo 11, I had to be in like I don't know. I always have to be interested in it, but I know what you mean. It does sound like a bit of a. Well, I know it's like one of those documentary all-timers, isn't it? So.
No, this is fiction. It's,
shit! Sorry, no, I've got the wrong one. My bad.
Yeah, The Right Stuff is based on.
Yes,
but it's based on fact, but it's not.
Yeah. Sorry, I got the wrong one in my head now.
Yeah, but, it's Phil Kaufman. It's his best film by a mile. He never got him ever as good as this again, but it's a wonderful film. It's another one of those with a song when I was young and I never got over it.
Well, Roman says the same. Great choice. It would have been in his. It would have been in his list also. So, host, have you ever watched it or no?
No, I've not seen it.
No.
I'll made a note of it.
Anybody else in the comments? Or maybe we'll come back. See what anybody says. Okay, next up on my list is They Live, John Carpenter. Did anybody have it?
I was on my almost made it, but I assumed someone was going to say it. So
yeah. Well, but the thing is, I think 80s again is a good Carpenter era, isn't it? Because you had Big Trouble and The Thing and They Live. But like I've said numerous times, They Live is my favorite of Carpenter's whole catalog, in my wee opinion. But I think it's just a fantastic film that just discusses consumerism, discusses how politics kind of drives sheep into the world, how we don't always see everything, how we must obey. Rowdy Roddy Piper, bubblegum, kicking ass. It shouldn't work, but it does.
It should be stupid. It
exactly.
Should, like, if you were to read me the synopsis, and then say, oh, this is an 80s film, sort of Roddy Piper. There's all this secret society of aliens that rule the planet. Yeah. I think this is such a stupid film, but you watch it and you think, oh wow.
But it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy theorist wet dream.
Yeah.
When you think about it, I think because the thing is, like, I think even now you can connect with this film because literally, you always see the memes of like Kim Kardashian being one of these aliens. You see Donald Trump as one of these.
Yeah,
you see it, and I think people are always the same. It's I just love it. Absolutely adore it. But
what's it, a homeless man as a hero, which you never get ever.
Exactly. That's the joy of Carpenter, isn't it? It's such an inventive film. And then obviously 88, we're still in Reagan area then, aren't we? So
yeah,
it's
leaving and Bush is coming in, so it doesn't really matter. It's still that year.
Yeah. So it's Hot Rod, one of the legends. He is in that film. But am I assuming there's a John Carpenter in anybody else's list? Yeah.
Well, I never thought there would be in other people's lists. I put them in a mark. Honorable mentions thing because I thought that the ones that I think will be mentioned probably won't be mentioned. So well, I'm assuming for that title to make its appearance at some point. But Roman says great choice, would have been my pick as well. JC Obey says Akron Robertson. He also Roman then says Prince of Darkness is one of my favorite from the period. I love that film. I really it's a bit cheesy, but I really enjoy it.
It's been a while since I watched it, so I'm not going to comment yet. Andre, great choice, Dion, such a great film. Roman then says probably one of the best fight scenes ever. Kuckerberg, no old school JC yet from Huss. Oh, okay. So many Carpenter movies could make this list exactly. This is the thing, but for me, it's my favorite of the 80s. So many then Hot Rod Rules, Renee says, Asian movie enthusiast. There's a version of my list where I basically just put Carpenter films. Kuckerberg, Project A, and Wheels on Meals, my faves.
Good choices.
The funny thing, and They Live, it came and went when it was released. It just came and was released over here and just in video. Didn't even get a cinema over here. And it was just like, it was a film that went around in video shops with people talking about it. It was like, you've seen this one, that's really cool. It just went on that for years, and people just saw it on TV or saw it on video or saw it on DVD, and it just slowly became a cult naturally before anyone tried to push it. Because no one's ever tried to push it. It's like, this is a good film. And people started talking about it in a very natural way.
Dimitri says, Carpenter doesn't miss, man. Love how even They Live, arguably the most unique of his, has inspired so many copycats since then.
Yeah.
Very, very true. Okay.
Almost like another film that Carpenter did.
Right, then, Huss, what's next on your list?
Okay. I'm going to go for... I'm actually going to go for Project A. Project A, all the way. Probably my favorite Jackie Chan movies. In fact, it was the first Jackie Chan movie I ever saw, and it's all down to one scene when he's on a bike going through the alley way. And I think what he did in that scene, the bike and the martial arts is just amazing. And so, the acrobatic scenes that he does are just phenomenal. It was just, and it's also got like Sammo Hung, Yun Biao, and I think I've always preferred Yun Biao as a martial artist, and I've said this all the time. I think Yun Biao should have been bigger than Jackie Chan, only because I think he was more diversive. But yeah, Project Day I think is Jackie. In terms of like stylistically, I think it's Jackie Chan's best film for style. Yeah, I know most people say Police Story, but in terms of like what he can do with like objects, is just phenomenal. I don't know if you guys seen it.
It's like one of these, like probably one of the first Jackie Chan films I ever watched, like as a young buck. But yeah, I know what you mean. The motorcycle scene like sticks in my head most of the time anyway. But nah, man, it's a good choice. But yeah, I had Police Story in my honorable mentions. But Project A is pretty special.
Yeah, I was playing the case before that I saw a lot of Jackie Chan films when I was younger. I can't remember the titles of them all because they're all coming from the VHS era.
Yeah,
so I've seen tons of them, but I don't know which ones I've seen. Like I've never seen Police Story. I've got the Blu-ray now. There's other ones I don't. I've like you talked about the bike, and I'm like, that sounds familiar. I'm sure I've seen that, but they all kind of mailed into one with me. So I'm just starting to watch them again now. They're released in Blu-ray, so I have seen bits of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, go on.
There's
amazing.
Carry on.
What's that? There's an amazing stunt scene he does from a clock, where he just like drops like. I mean, the same stunt is sort of very similar to something he done in Police Story, where he goes down this metal pole and just like smashes into loads of glass. But this is just slightly more. Like there was nothing he was holding on to, and it just is amazing. Yeah.
Didn't they announce a new Jackie Chan film on Eureka today?
Dragon Lord by 88 Films.
Oh, is it 88 that announced it?
I think 88 are doing a really good job with his films. So they're sort of like picking up the films. It's more. I think his better films. I mean, okay, Project Day and Police Story are massive titles, but they're picking up. I mean, other than Battle Creek Brawl, I think what they've released is amazing. Battle Creek Brawl, I hate that film.
Dragon Lord out August 24th. It says here, 88 films. But what we got in chat? Kuckerberg says, "I love Christine from Carpenter. Not so hot on Christine personally." Cinema Monologue says, "Poor Carpenter didn't get the love he deserved back in the day. The fact we don't have 3 Jack Burton sequels like indie films is criminal."
Yeah,
he ain't lying. Kuckerberg, Project A is incredible. Then he says, 3 Dragons, stunt work and fight choreography is insane. Andre, I love Project A. Then Kuckerberg, the Buster Keaton-esque humor and stunts. Armor of God was amazing too.
I think they've just announced Armor of God 2. It's going to get released by 88 Films. A special edition of it with like never before seen cut.
Okay,
worth getting.
Right then, Peter, what have you got next?
Dress to Kill. Kramer's Dress to Kill. This is another. I mean, I could have gone for Blowout, but I like Dress to Kill more. Even though Blowout's probably a better film, I like Dress to Kill more just because it's more dreamlike. It's just stranger. It's more of a comedy. Intensely, it's like it knows exactly what it's doing. It knows it's ripping off Psycho. It knows it's taking it apart and reconfiguring it all. It's very De Palma-ish, like how De Palma likes to mock what he's the viewers' expectations of what he's doing. Like, he knows you've seen the films, so he would just play around with them a little bit. So you have a shower scene that turns out to be something different from what you expect. You've got a seduction scene that turns into a murder. So every little genre gets twisted into something else. It becomes this sort of fantasy movie that has these weird moments of dreamlike logic. So it's not realistic at all. It's all about the way people are in their heads, and it becomes this kind of serial killer fantasy. You know, some of it aged badly, like the transsexual killer now is a bit more tasteless. But I think in this one, they're trying to make it more of a metaphor for the humans' male and female side rather than a literal transsexual. I think they were trying, but nowadays it doesn't look so good. But I don't think they were trying to be cheap and nasty. It was just also a conceit of Psycho, really. But yeah, it was very European influenced. Like some people point out, it seemed very Antonioni, really, and the idea of sequences without talking and using that rather than having lots of dialogue scenes. So I just think it's another beautiful film with lots of weird kinks, and it's funny as well and dark and twisting. There's lots of really I just think the horror scenes are funny because they're mocking you while they try and scare you, and people get offended by it, and it's I think it's very enjoyable, and it's a very dark comedy that's masquerading as a horror movie. So.
He's an absolute disciple of Hitchcock, isn't he? Especially with Dress to Kill. But I'm the other way around. I am more of a Blowout fan than I am Dress to Kill. But I didn't put Blowout in my. I put it in my honorable mentions. But Dress to Kill is it's one of those De Palmas that I watched early on because I think, like you say, it's just that kind of like voyeuristic imagination element of it. It just kind of like grabbed me from the get go. But it's definitely. I think it's definitely one of the De Palma's best films. 1000%.
Yeah. I just find it's funny though. It's a lot funnier than people think. And
yeah, it is, isn't it? I haven't watched it in a while because I know that Indicator released it right in the UK.
Arrow.
Was it Arrow? Oh yeah.
Criterion in America.
I see. I'm very bad with these things sometimes. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. Do you like Dress to Kill, Huss? Or?
I've not seen it in so long, but I do like the movie. Yeah. I also like Brian De Palma.
Yeah. What's your favorite De Palma?
Do you know? For me, it's Carlito's Way. I don't know. Think about it. I just love.
Interesting choice. Very interesting.
I don't like Scarface. I think Scarface is so overrated. I find it too heavy.
Yeah, definitely.
I really enjoy Scarface, but I know why people think it's too heavy because it's so overhyped that you can't really enjoy it for what it is. It becomes this thing like you have to love Scarface. It's like you don't really love it or you hate it. It's just up to you.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre, isn't it?
It's just I also like Untouchables.
That's good, yeah. It's last week Dion told about my favourite De Palma, which was Phantom of the Paradise. That's just
same. Yeah.
That's one of those things.
Yeah, it's my favourite one.
I just like De Palma when he's been funny. I think I like his sense of humour. He's doing a lot more than you think he's doing a lot of the time. I just like that part of De Palma.
God knows what he was taking when he made Phantom of the Paradise.
I want some, whatever it was.
Well, him and Scorsese back in the day, they had a good time, lads. Absolute belting time. What we got here? We've got Dimitri says Rumble in the Bronx is a blast. Kuckerberg that 88 films keep strange that 88 films keep putting out sequels to movies but not the originals. I think the originals is the issue purely for licensing. It's cheaper to get sequels. It's so cheap to get sequels than the actual original. So and I don't think 88 films have like that big of a cash pot to get big titles either. Probably, I don't know.
No,
but they're going stronger.
They are doing so well. I mean, I think they're one of those like publishers that are just, releasing those little gems that,
Yeah,
are
definitely.
solid movies.
I think they're definitely going to get bigger and bigger, and they're going to get bigger titles as it goes on, because they're building a good reputation for themselves now. So, yeah. Roman says, De Palma making psycho fan fiction. Exactly. Dimitri says, very solid choice. Love this trashy nightmare. The gender politics have aged terribly, like Sleepaway Camp, but still hilarious fun. I love the ending for Sleepaway Camp. Like you just don't see it coming, do you? But I get it. Kirkeberg and 88 Films meant to be putting out Rumble in the Bronx on Blue soon. Also, anybody know?
I don't know. They've not mentioned it.
No clue.
I mean, I knew about Dragon Lord for a while.
Yeah,
that's one that they've been teasing for a while.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Do you speak to anybody at 88 Films or no?
I've spoken to their head a couple of times because just about a few titles, but they're mainly about Korean titles because I know they went through a little phase of releasing Korean titles. But I think their best releases are the Shaw Brothers stuff because I think the Shaw Brothers have never had any love in the UK up until 88 Films, which I think I've got to give it to them for that.
Got to get them connections in, lad.
Yeah.
Alex Trinder, great choice. What a filmography De Palma has when you look back, exactly. And then he also says Phantom Paradise is his best in my opinion. Scarface is my fave. De Palma, says Kuckerberg. You're entitled to your opinion, Kuckerberg. But many people are against you here right now. Dimitri then says De Palma strikes me as an absolute immoral man, for better or worse. Produce all the Jeepers Creepers films by the convicted child abuser. I completely forgot that he actually did that. But yeah. Cliche choice, but Scarface has good rewatch value for me. I've not rewatched Scarface in many eons.
Yeah, I bought the 4K, so I'm looking forward to watching it again.
Yeah,
so I've been doing a De Palma season, and I've been lazy about it. So I'm going to watch that and Blowout and a few other ones. And I've been really lazy about it. It's like I need to watch it. I really need to watch it, but
yeah,
those things happen.
Yeah, it does. Well, Sean Sono's season is more important. Gung Fu, has anyone mentioned Dead Poets Society? I think it was released in 1989. Gung Fu is not on my list. I'm not a big fan of Dead Poets Society.
It's shite. It's utter shite. I like Peter Weir. I'm a big Peter Weir fan, but not that film. That's him.
I should just stand on the chair now and say, "Oh, Captain, my Captain," to you.
Have you seen? I don't know who it was. I think it was Robot Chicken did a Dead Poets Society, or it's someone, and they all start standing on their chairs, and they've got those fans, and everyone starts getting their head cut off.
No, yeah, classic Robot Chicken. That, isn't it?
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Then Gung Fu actually says, "Arg, I'm out of here, guys." Joking. Well, it makes a change that you're joking, isn't it, Gung Fu? Because you never joke. Kuckerberg, I picked up 8 Diagram Pole Fighter from 88 on Blue just before lockdown. Still not checked it out, though. Never seen it. Might have to slap it on later.
Brilliant film. That is just, it had the two biggest people, the two biggest martial artists that were on the Shaw Brothers roster, which was Gordon Liu and Alexander Fusheng. Now it should have been a massive title, but during production, Fusheng had a car crash and sadly passed away, and the film had to be completely changed, which is such a shame. Right? Because Fusheng was just he was young. He was the brave archer. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but yeah, he played Gordon Liu's one of the. There was 2 surviving brothers in that film, and he was the other one, but they had to just make him into someone that just had a post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, oh well.
Okay. Gonna have to. I really need to go through like 88's back catalogue because sometimes I just always forget to go back to them. But yeah, they've released a lot of good stuff, man. Renee, how about Hodorowski, Dion? Hodorowski's coming. Don't worry. Gung Fu, heh. Big. I love Lau Ka Lung. Don't you love Lau Ka Lung also, Hus?
Yeah, he's one of my favourite directors of all time. Yeah, one of my favourite directors of all time.
Is that Nisa?
Yeah, they just come in.
Say hello.
Just come into the. Hi, Nis. She does. Hello. You know, she always goes, "I want to go and be."
Hi, Nisa.
She thinks being on YouTube is going to make you rich and famous, which is the complete opposite. Can you be in bed?
Hello.
All right. Go on, go off to bed.
Good night.
Go off to bed now. No, I don't want chocolate.
No, that is not chocolate.
I don't care what it is. I don't want it.
It's the knee hard thing on your knee.
Yeah, it's a knee. So weird. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all right. She wants to be famous. Leave her be.
Yeah, she's got this idea. She watches YouTube and thinks that everyone on YouTube is rich and famous. Yeah.
If only. If only.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was cute. Right. So we had Dress to Kill, right? That was the last one.
Cheers now.
Okay. So we'll go for Hodorowski, says Renee's asked. Santa Sangre. 1989. I think it's Alejandro Jodorowsky's most accessible film, but also I think it's definitely like his most poetically like avant-garde horror film. Well, blend of horror, but it also has like a lot of a deeper meaning about family, about who you are within society. It's just really inventive, just the way that he uses like a circus, the way that he uses Mexico. It's just beautiful. It's a very deep film, really. It's like I absolutely adore it. Have you guys seen Santa Sangre?
No. I've only seen the Holy Mountain, El Topo, and Fando Gilis. They're the only 3 films I've seen of his. But yeah, I really want to see it.
It's on BFI Player currently, if you're ever interested. But yeah, it's definitely, I think, his best film. It really just gives you more of an insight of how he is as well as a director. Obviously, there's heavy themes of discussion of rape and things like this within the film, but it's just how it just builds up the world. But yeah. Oh yeah. Also, there's a scene where there's Down syndrome kids snorting cocaine and getting prostitutes.
Of course,
which is actually, of course, it makes it a bit bizarre. But yeah, it's a fantastic watch. So you've seen it, Peter?
No, I've got it in Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it yet.
Where's the Blu-ray from?
I bought it.
The US one.
No, I bought it from when Love Film went under. I managed to buy some of their old catalogue from on eBay.
Really?
One of them, and I got that, and I got one or two of his other films as well.
Yeah,
I haven't watched them because I'm just lazy, and it's just like. But I think I'm going to watch them before the box set comes.
Yeah,
so
I would recommend that.
It's been one of those things where I'm subconsciously just leaving them for that. So
no, it's a really good watch. Really good watch. I just could not recommend it even more than I have. But there's a lot of love here for it. We've got Santa Sangre is awesome from Eric. Dimitri says truly. Renee then says Santa Sangre is my favorite film of all time. It is a masterpiece. Kuckerberg, there's Down syndrome and the disabled snorting coke as a wild scene. Very strange. But that is the mind of Alejandro Jodorowsky. He just makes whatever he wants. I definitely. Renee says Dion is the man. I am not the man. Trust me. I'm a mere figment of a man half the time. Kuckerberg, Mr. Bongo put out Santa Sagra in the UK Blu-ray. I did not know that. I know Severin have it
Who's
in
Mr.
the
Bongo?
US. I think it's old, you know.
Yeah, because they did a lot of it. Hourglass, something. They've done quite a few good ones. I've got some of them. They did some Orson Welles stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
Chimes at Midnight by any chance?
Yeah, and the Mortal Story. So I've got
I
a
need
few.
to investigate this. This has kind of opened my mind because I really want to get Santa Saga on Blu-ray, but also if Chimes at Midnight has a Blu-ray,
I've got it.
Time-
So it has to be available somewhere.
give me your address. Tell me when you're not in the house. What else have we got? Aka Robertson, love Hodorowski, looking forward to the Arrow box set. There was a season of his films in BFI South Bank over 10 years ago. I got his autograph after a Q&A. You are a very lucky man. I'm currently trying to track down Hodorowski for a uni conference that we've got about Dune. And we want to play the Hodorowski's Dune documentary and try and see if he's interested to do a Q&A. But he's getting a bit old now, so I don't know if he's going to be available to do Skypes, but we shall see. But he's a very fascinating director. Absolutely.
That
Sorry?
Mr. Bongo Mr. Bongo Blu-ray. It's only
Yeah.
£14 on eBay.
What? Right. Okay. Right. You guys chat for a minute. Just
There's like
wait.
loads of copies of it.
Don't. No way.
Someone's just said that they've seen it for £6.
Yeah, 'cause I bought tons of these things like last year, and they were.
Oh my god.
I'm an Orson Welles nut, so I can buy a lot of anything I can see of Orson Welles, and then you go beyond that.
How much did you see it for now, Hus, did you say?
From eBay, £14. I even saw it on Amazon, but they didn't have the picture for it. It's like picture image missing. So, but there's like
Holy shit, it's £6 on it's out of stock on CX for £6. Disappointing. Well, everybody, thank you very much. You've made me very, very, very happy. But now I'm gonna be $13.99 out of pocket, but it's fine. I never knew about this line.
Yeah, they did tons of good stuff.
Night Maid. Thank you. What else we got? Dimitri says I was wrong about Jeepers Creepers. It was actually produced by Coppola. Bad Coppola.
Yeah, I thought I was wrong. I was like, I knew the song, but it was one of those things like I can't definitely see he's
We're all
wrong.
the same.
I actually no. I looked into it. It's some geezer called Victor Salva.
Yeah.
He did he play the actual bad guy? No, he's the director.
The director's a paedophile, but it's produced by Coppola.
Yep.
Oh right, okay.
And now he's made 3 movies. But yeah. Well, Dimitri convinced Hodorowski to do an Instagram live for the kids. Well, if he does do the Skype, I'll record it anyway because we always release the Q&As online for the department. Alex Trinder, Santa Saga is $9.99 on his site.
Sorry, Mr. Bongo.
Put the link out, Alex.
Is that actually Mr. Bongo's site? Is Mr. Bongo a person?
That's a site, but you have to make sure you change the DVD to Blu-ray on the site because if you don't,
or they'll send you a DVD.
Yeah, because I bought Casanova that way. I thought I was getting the Blu-ray and I got the DVD, and by the time I realised it sold out,
all right.
I was.
Oh my god!
Especially was my fault, which didn't really help.
They actually have Chimes at Midnight for $3.99. No, wait a minute, $4.99.
Blu-ray, yeah.
Oh my days!
There goes all your money.
What?
I've got a whole lot of Orson Welles stuff in there. I've got Mortal Story, Too Much Johnson, which is one he did before Citizen Kane.
This is crazy. How have I never heard of this?
I don't know. I thought most people I know about it.
$4.99 for Chimes at Midnight.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. Well, so we've got Mr. Bongo put some great DVD releases, Pasolini and Bertolucci flicks. I've got most of the Pasolinis on BFI Blu-ray, so I'm good. What else we got? Elephant Funeral is epic in Santa Sagre. Yes, the Elephant Funeral is epic in Santa Sagre. Absolutely mental. I've never heard of that line. Haha, must get the rights cheap. They must have had the rights cheap back in the day.
Yeah.
Because obviously Santa Sagre is just one of these films that not many people really talk about. Then Gung Fu says, I don't know why Gung Fu calls me Dino sometimes. These are the kind of reactions I wanted with my comments. Yes, but these are reactions of joy, Gung Fu, not of pure disgust of what you tell me or talk about poo poo. But yeah. Anyway, Huss, what have you got next?
Okay, I've got another great from Taiwan. I have Edward Yang's Terrorizers. Another great director who came up in the 80s. And it's all about this group of people and how their lives are intertwined in like the city of Taipei, as well as like showing the way Taipei has like evolved in that era. Absolutely beautiful film. Great performance by Cora Miao. Just a brilliant film. Brilliant film. Edward Yang only done a few films before he sadly passed away, but I don't think he's made a terrible film. If you like Yi Yi, it's very similar to that, but a little bit more darker. Not as I don't know, not as it hasn't got the charm of Yi Yi. But yeah, a really great film.
I haven't been able to find that on stream anywhere, so I've not had the chance to watch it yet.
There is a Taiwanese Blu-ray that got released not long ago, and I think it was the 30th anniversary of it. And the previous release of it, most of the people that own that disc, the disc got bronzed, so it just won't play on any Blu-ray player.
Oh.
So it had a fault on the disc, turned it into a bronzing issue.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely an Edward Yang movie I really want to watch.
Yeah.
Good choice.
I've got a Bright Summer Day in Yi, but I haven't watched them yet. But I've got them and to get around to it. My black box.
I watched Yi the other day, and I was just like, magic.
It's such a lovely film, isn't it?
Yeah, Bright Summer Day is like going to be next week, hopefully. But no, I do want to. I've been his first film. I'm just like, I really want to check it out. Right. So what have you got next, Peter?
Sure. Well, that documentary. The cheerful film all about the Holocaust. It's only 10 hours long. It's
only.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone who watched my channel knows I went through a bit of a Holocaust phase last year, where I managed to combine doing a season on the Holocaust and a season on Robert Bresson at the same time, and I was. I know it was. I didn't intentionally do it, but it just happened that way, and it was like, how did I manage this?
Wow.
Yeah, no, it was insane. So show I'd already seen before that, but I watched all the side ones as well, the Four Sisters and Among the Living Things. But the show itself is brutal. It's really brutal. I mean, you have to be ready to watch. You have to be prepared. I think everyone has to see it just to see the horrors of war and the horrors of the Holocaust and racism at its worst. Because it's about racism, really, and all the way it goes through society in insidious ways and subtle ways and obvious ways, and how people can seem okay, then suddenly say something that's just off, and then where it leads to, and then you see the whole mechanization of it all at its worst in Nazi Germany, and it's utterly sobering, utterly brutal, and after you've seen it, you do feel like you've just been punched in the face, and so it's a must see, but it is pretty devastating.
No, we had to watch Showa doing RE in school, so I'd seen all of it in stages. But I think definitely it's the most impactful Holocaust documentary there is. 1000%. I'm still a bit baffled that you had a Holocaust season along with a Bresson season. Also,
I didn't mean it.
I know, but it's just
I wasn't thinking about it. It's just one of them fell behind, and the other one just they kind of mingled in a weird way, and it was like, what the hell have I just done to myself?
Yeah,
you know,
definitely. It's like most people say, it's one of those like essential documentaries that you should watch.
Yes, it's getting hard, but you have to. I think once you got the first one, you get what it is. But and then we see the other ones after it. There's actually more stuff about how did Americans not know of they did, but why did they not act, and how what the politics of the ghetto. And all the rest of it, and it's the Four Sisters just been released is also devastating with the story of these four women, and it's all a big thing, really. It's ultimately one big thing, but it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's really difficult, but it's a good choice, good choice. And also, people have 10 hours to spare now, so it's a good time to watch Showa.
Yeah. And Eureka's released it, and you can get the full thing.
I saw it. No, it's a good choice. What else we got here? Eric talks about the armed dismemberment scene in Santa Sagre. Pretty brutal. Dimitri, this is some Ultimate Blu-ray enthusiast stuff. First time hearing of this. Grim Reaper Bertolucci debut is great too. Mama Roma from Bongo. Okay, I need to stop thinking about Mr. Bongo. Premium Blu-ray. Sorry, been watching Emma with my wife. I will have to catch up. Is that the Emma this year with Anya Taylor-Joy? I thought it was all right. Dimitri, most of Lav Diaz's work is on Mubi. Check out if you don't mind long-running films. Well, that kind of goes with Showa right now, doesn't it? Alex Trinder, how many films have you guys named so far? I think we're on. 9. What are we on that? 9. Yeah. 9 movies. Well, I'm going to go to my 9th now. Then we have the last, and then there'll be 10. And he will share his list once we are done. Showa is a film everyone needs to watch. Not pleasant, but vital for humanity. Exactly. Amen. Right. Okay. So since the Cronenbergs I wanted to talk about are gone, I actually had this on my honorable mentions because I thought it was going to pop up by now, but it's The Shining.
That was my last one.
Oh.
It's okay, I've got another one if I back up one.
Okay. The Shining is my personal favorite Kubrick film to begin with. I don't like the book. I don't like King's interpretation, his whole idea of The Shining. I just like Kubrick's The Shining. It is such an atmospheric chiller with one of the best scores in cinema. Obviously, Steadicam became a massive thing because of what Kubrick did with this film. The whole concept of just a family trapped in a hotel. The kid has telekinetic powers and the father just goes mad. I absolutely love it. It's 2.5 hours. I do prefer the American cut of this film. I think it's better than the British version because it's extra Nicholson. I think it's one of my favorite Nicholson performances. It just Kubrick just didn't give a shit about King. He just made his interpretation of a movie, and I adore it. Like when I talk to, because obviously my PhD is Kubrick, people say, "Oh, what is your favorite Kubrick?" I will say Eyes Wide Shut because it's the one I admire the most. But The Shining is my favorite rewatched Kubrick. I think it's perfect. I think I watched it like 3-4 times last year. Yeah. I adore it.
Just don't see Lolita. That'll go bad.
Sorry?
Don't see Lolita.
Yeah, just don't see Lolita. Oh God, don't get me started on Lolita. But yeah, it's the best. It's one of my favorite horror films.
It's brilliant.
I can quote it to hell. It's beautiful. Room 237, one of the best conspiracy theory documentaries that came with it.
That was mad. It was mad.
Yeah.
So locked up.
Yeah. It's everything that goes with The Shining is mental. And again, you're talking about a Kubrick film that has such heavy reference in popular culture. You see it everywhere. You even see it in the carpet in Toy Story when you go to Sid's house. It's the overlook hotel carpet. And that's a kid, exactly. There's so many references to it. I really do think the new 4K restoration of it was well put together. I'm going to shut up. Anybody else want to talk about The Shining?
Oh, brilliant. Jack Nicholson, that scene. Darling, light of my life.
Oh,
I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to bash your brains in. That scene is just brilliant. I mean, he is just... he was such a great actor. You know? I mean, he was phenomenal. He made that film. Kubrick, the way he shoots is, like I always say, Kubrick, God level. Yeah. He's God level. And it's, he
reinvented film with Steadicam, really. I know Steadicam was used, but I think he's the one that really fully utilized it for what it was. To use Danny Lloyd, for example, with a trike, and then to go down to his level and follow him around at a child's height, just to bring that atmosphere. And then when you get to the Grady twins, when that sharp turn happens, or when he passes 237, it works so well. Just even the documentary that Kubrick's daughter made while filming it is a 20-minute documentary. You just see him yelling at Shelley Duvall, trying to get her to bring. Obviously, there's a lot of accusations of bullying and everything within it, but it's absolutely it's perfect in my eyes. So
it's just addictive though. That's the thing. That film is addictive. If you start watching it, you keep watching and rewatching it because it's funny as hell. And it's that's the thing about horror. Horror's funny. It makes it much. It's on your skin a bit more. At least for me, just something about it. It's just, and it really is. It's also the thing is you expect a horror movie to have lots of frights. It doesn't have tons of frights. It's the atmosphere of the slow descent. It's just beautiful as it all goes to hell. You're going to hell in the most beautiful circumstances ever, which makes it even creepier.
Yeah, it's brilliant. We were actually meant to be going to Colorado for a Kubrick Shining conference in the summer, and we were actually going to put it in the hotel that it's based on.
Yeah.
But obviously because of Corona, it's cancelled for now. But we're going next year for a Shining conference, which I'm so excited to actually see the whole where it was kind of created. But just even the helicopter shot at the beginning, and you just have this just absolutely haunting music. It just sets a tone for it at the beginning. It's like dun 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 dun, and then I love it. The title cards are a bit dodgy, but that's my only critique about it. But Eric, Shining is great, so absorbing so much ominous atmosphere. Aka Robinson, Room 237, Kookaburg, Room 237 is awesome. Some informative stuff. Roman says the European cut was the first one I saw and wasn't impressed. Then I saw the real 146 cut 35mm. I became a full convert. I think that's the weird thing, because obviously I saw, most of us have probably seen the European cut before we saw the US cut. But
I didn't.
I do. You saw the other way around.
It was shown on TV once. The American cut was shown on TV by a mistake.
Oh, really?
And I saw that first.
Ah.
So I taped off the TV that time.
Yeah.
And when I saw it in the cinema, did I see the cut down version? I was like, that's the wrong version. What's going on here?
It is weird that the two of them exist, and Kubrick okayed both versions. I don't get it. I actually have somebody that has written a book about The Shining that's coming out this year, but I've not read it yet, but there's more of an explanation about it there, I think. Andre, my favorite Kubrick 2, 4K restoration of The Shining is superb, says Premium Blu-rays. Shining was featured in Twister 2. Remember the drive-in scene? Yes.
Yes.
Kookaburra Clockwork Orange is my favorite Kubrick. Dimitri says, same, can't watch European cut anymore now that I've seen the light. Talk about a film that spoiled The Simpsons for me. Yeah, The Shining is quite heavy in The Simpsons, isn't it? All work and no play make Homer something. Yeah. Helicopter shots that were recycled from the theatrical cut of Blade Runner. Very true.
I've still not seen Doctor Sleep.
It's okay.
Still not...
I enjoyed it. But as long as you forget The Shining, I mean, there's lots of things in it, but you have to say it's a different director. Just don't expect it to be The Shining. It's fine.
Yeah. I think that's the weird thing about it, because the whole second half of that film is in the Overlook. And then obviously if you're a Shining fan, you're gonna know every nook and cranny that's in the background. But I don't know, like, I haven't watched it in a while, but I'm intrigued to see the director's cut of Doctor Sleep also.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, I didn't expect as much as I did, but I could turn my brain off to that. I was like, it was okay. It's not a film. I don't have to.
Yeah.
Even though I'm a mega fan of The Shining, it doesn't matter to me. It's a different film, even though it's referenced another one.
Yeah. No, it seemed like a good time for it to come back, but yeah. Didn't Kubrick film some of those battle scenes from Full Metal Jacket in the UK disguised as Nam? Yeah, he used the Isle of Dogs in London and just converted the whole place to Vietnam. Stanley Kubrick didn't leave the United Kingdom after 2001 Space Odyssey. I don't think so. He filmed all of his films in the United Kingdom, and well, except for when he went to Ireland for Barry Lyndon. The whole of Eyes Wide Shut was recreated in Pinewood in London, and he sent second units out to New York to film shots for The Shining and also Eyes Wide Shut. And then obviously he had a lot of issues with Barry Lyndon and the IRA. So, but Kubrick stayed in the UK for the rest of his career after he moved here. He never wanted to leave, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I think some of it was to do with still in the studios. He was so far away from them, they left him alone.
Yeah, that's what he loved. He just hated interruptions from studios, but at the same time, the studios would let him do whatever he wanted anyway.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's fascinating for you not to have to move. You look at people like Nolan now who go from like country to country making films. Like Tenet is filmed in 7 different countries.
Yeah,
but Kubrick did everything here. To recreate like the Lower Village in Manhattan in New York for Eyes Wide Shut just in London is hilarious. But he had that much influence. He could do whatever he wanted because he just didn't want to go back to New York. Crazy.
It gives it a haunted feel though, because as I said, you can feel it. So it's kind of but not at the same time. It's really interesting.
Yeah, we met. I've met one of the stage designers for Eyes Wide Shut, and he told us that Kubrick flew him over to New York, and he just literally had to take pictures of street after street after street. Thousands and thousands of photos were taken of just New York, and then the designers then had to just create a smaller condensed version of thousands of photos. He was just that intricate with his work, obviously. So yeah, it's crazy because Kubrick knew they were trying to have him clipped over that subliminal stuff in his movies. Yeah, just like the moon landing. Fucking hell. Right then, Huss, what have you got next, my friends?
Okay, next up is now I spoke about The Killer, a John Woo film. Now, a film that switches the roles of Danny Lee and Chow Yun-fat is City on Fire, directed by Ringo Lam. Now, I saw this before Reservoir Dogs, and Reservoir Dogs sort of like took the model of the film and just sort of made it a non-linear version and added a couple more characters into this film. So it's basically an undercover cop that has infiltrated a gang that are about to burgle a jeweler's, with Danny Lee playing one of the thugs in this, and Chow Yun-fat playing the undercover cop, and they build this like real friendship in this. Like this, they're like best. They become best friends, and Chow Yun-fat is torn in this. You see him like this friendship being built, and you completely forget that he's undercover cop throughout this film, and you just like, oh wow, you know, these two guys are so cool. And then near the end of it, you finally realise, oh yeah, he's the cop. Oh, it's absolutely heartbreaking. But yeah, brilliant performances by, and it is really heartbreaking scene. And yeah, I think Tarantino did rip it off quite a bit without even mentioning Ringo Lam. Like he always used to talk about John Woo, and I feel like maybe he done it on purpose. Maybe he thought no one had seen his film, even though it's like got two of the biggest actors from Hong Kong. It's like, you know, it's sad. But, you know, brilliant film. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it.
I've watched it the other way around because of it. Like when you're getting into film, you know, QT is one of those guys that you go to. But my friend told me about the real version, and then I managed to watch it, and I was just like, holy shit, I prefer it. I'm not a big fan of Reservoir Dogs personally, but I prefer that one.
So you're saying Tarantino's not original? My God.
Oh my God, I know. I think that's been a heavy discussion on this channel, on this stream over the last. Well,
Yeah.
Is this the 7th stream or is it the 8th?
No, I've lost count.
It's either 7 or 8, but I think there's been QT discussions and rip-offs like since day one. But yeah, it's not my favorite of his, but like I said, I do prefer.
He's a De Palma fan, so he's ripping off De Palma homage directors. He's not even doing it uniquely. He's been actually imitating someone else doing it.
Yeah.
So
it even has the Mexican standoff in it. And it also has the head of the gangster saying, let's go to work. It's like, you know, he wasn't very creative in this film, other than making it non-linear.
Yep.
Wild. What we got here? Kuckerberg, QT ripped off the plot of City for Reservoir. Cinema Monologue says, saw Full Contact last year in cinema, lots of fun. Kuckerberg, it's a lockdown safe place for cinephiles. This is what the stream is for. Lockdown safe space. Well, sometimes.
We're just stopping you from going out.
Yes.
Stopping you going to the beach, like most of the British, English people. We're still in our houses in Wales.
Yeah, stopping you from going to Best Buy.
Best Buy. Oh God. I'm sure that conversation is going to come up at some point again later. But yeah. Anyway, swiftly moving on from Best Buy. Peter, what is your last choice?
Okay. So since you did The Shining, I decided to go for a more obscure film that is probably doesn't get enough love. I thought it'd be different than try to do something obvious. So I'm going to the big red one, which is a film by Sam Fuller, starring Lee Marvin and Mark Hamill. Has anyone seen this one?
No. Tell me more, though.
It's about the first Infantry Division in World War II as they go through Africa, Italy, then Eastern Europe through the war, and how they just survive. It's these 4 soldiers, Lee Marvin as a sergeant, and all these people around them get killed, these 4 recruits always survive. They're the survivors, and it becomes a case of what happens in war. Well, most people die in war, and they become faceless people. And it's the people who survive just start viewing others as just almost images. Are not really real anymore. They just try to survive. And as it goes through all the way through to the concentration camps and try to get people to the concentration camps at the end, and it's about just surviving war. What is war?
Yeah.
War survival, and it's pretty darkly funny in places. Mark Hamill's in it, playing a very non-Luke Skywalker part. He's playing a guy who is a good shot, but he can't kill anybody because he thinks it's immoral. You have other characters who don't care as much, and Lee Marvin's a guy trying to teach them how to survive in a war.
Interesting.
And it's there's 2 different cuts of it because it was butchered originally. This is the second one I've done with this. The first Sam Fuller did it, and he got fired off the film, and they threw him off it, and they cut it down to a 2-hour cut and did a voiceover on it. Then after he died years later, they found his notes, they found some footage, and they put it back. So there's now like a 3-hour cut, and you can get a Blu-ray where I guess from Germany where you get both versions of it.
Okay.
And you get the documentaries of it, Sam Fuller and the making the film. And it's just about war, like what war does to you. This is one of the film I saw at a young age, and it made a massive impact on me.
Yeah.
And it's the film that Saving Private Ryan wish it could be. You know, because it's about war, it's about the soldiers in war, but it's about the long-term effect of the war on them, not just a couple of days. It's about years of war, what it does to a person.
Okay. Wow. That sounds really like I had to look at it now, but that's one director I've kind of wanted to see for a while, Sam Fuller. Never watched any of his films, but that sounds really good, I must admit. What other Sam Fuller films would you recommend, like, to watch?
I'm looking into them just now. I've just got the box sets, Sam Fuller, Columbia, and Fuller Fox. I'm just starting, really.
Okay. Well, I'll keep
years ago, and then nothing, and now the stuff's getting released, so I'm now going to get into back catalogue.
I'll keep an eye out then for whatever you find. But no, it sounds really interesting, man. What else we got? Oh, actually, Roman says, doubling down on the Sam Fuller love, Shot Corridor is my favorite. Okay, Shot Corridor. Mental note.
I'm just going through his filmography right now.
I think it's like Naked Kiss is like one of the only ones like I've contemplated watching, but I've never watched it. But yeah,
the stuff that picked up in South Street is really good. It's all about comics, witch hunts and stuff. Richard Big Mark, it's really good. I've seen that. But there's other ones like House Bamboo, all about the Japanese after the war, and it's an American person soldier in Japan after World War II. So he does a lot of different things. He used to be a journalist, so he got a very journalistic.
Yeah, just based on like what I saw, and that was just like a variation of like genres, which is always good with directors. I always like that. Andre says The Big Red One is a great war film. Well, Andre knows his stuff also, so it's a double whammy from you two then. And then White Dog Roman also recommends. So yeah, okay. Something TV says no. Is No a film from Sam Fuller?
No.
No.
There's no that one. No.
No. Andre says Pick Up on South Street is my favorite Fuller film. Okay. And then Something TV says no again. I'm a bit confused by this. Prison on Fire is a great underrated Ringo Lam film. Chow is sweet in that one too. Prison on Fire, Huss?
Prison on Fire is really good. That's got Tony Leung, big Tony Leung in there as well. Yeah, good movie. I've got the Blu-ray of that as well, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I've been sitting Fire and DVD, but I haven't watched it, so I need to know where to watch it now. Because I've had it for years, never watched it.
One of my friends, a YouTuber, Josh Palmer, he's going to be doing a big video on Ringo Lam, going through all his movies that are available on Blu-ray. And I know he's been collecting them for some time and just making a big pile, and he's just going to go through all of them and just yeah.
Okay.
Which Ringo Lam is just one of those. He recently passed away, and I think that's one of the reasons that's inspired him to do this. Great director, very much in the same vein as John Woo, and even worked with Van Damme.
Jean-Claude. I saw him on the TV. I saw Van Damme on TV the other day. Apparently, he's doing like loads of fitness videos on YouTube now. So you can do a Van Damme lockout. So, but yeah. What else we got? Dimitri says maybe talking about the Pablo Larraín film. No. Sin monologues vamos de que no. Yeah, Ringo Lam, R.I.P. Then something TV says gold. I have no clue what's going on here. Do you have your pants down so I can see what's underneath? Dan Terra PT. Nice. I'm assuming we have, welcome, trolls, to the chat.
Welcome. We will entertain you.
Yeah,
we will always entertain the trolls.
Willkommen, bienvenue. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Anyway, so my last choice, obviously, is Blue Velvet, David Lynch. What a shock. For me, my favorite David Lynch film, it's one of these like underbelly Americana films that's just freaked me out from the first day I ever watched it. Cal MacLachlan, Laura Dern, Dennis Hopper, Isabella Rossellini. It's just one of my favorite films to watch. Why is the Did you put that comment on the chat there? Oh yeah.
No, I tried to hide it.
That's hilarious. Anyway, obviously, do you like your free stop eating burgers? Stop eating burgers and stop sleeping with fuff. Oh god, this is hilarious. I love trolls. Anyway, so carrying on. Yeah, I think it's just one of those creepy films that has just always stuck with me. Just when you see Cal MacLachlan in the wardrobe, just looking at what's happening to Isabella Rossellini because of Dennis Hopper, it just becomes one of those films that just builds so much tension, such mystery. Obviously, at the beginning when Blue Velvet is playing, and then you just see the white picket fences, everything looks happy. And then obviously we get to an ear in the ground and it just becomes something a lot more sinister, a lot darker. And it just twists and turns into, well, basically my favorite film of all time, along with my another good Dennis Hopper film of the 1980s. Yeah. So yeah, I'll stop talking about it now. But,
do you know, saying, yeah, this is my favorite Lynch movie. I think it's just, it is a perfect film. It is just untouchable. It's I love this film, and it's very much in the same vein as the Twin Peaks stuff he did. Yeah,
definitely a good one.
I adore Blue Velvet as well. I mean, not on my list, but I knew Dion was going to do it, so I was like, I'll just leave that one. I'll do Dead Ringers instead because it's just like, it's just amazing. Some of the other ones, perfect films. It's just like you couldn't really change anything. Really, it's there, and it's open interpretation. And the really weird thing is, this film had the same production company and opened the same month as Manhunter. Exactly the same month. Production company, everything. Two very disturbing films in August 1986.
Yeah.
And like, I imagine them in a couple of weeks of each other. It's very disturbing time for cinema.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? Like, it's had a profound like effect on my cinema taste anyway. But just even when they go to the house where Rossellini's child is, and then he starts singing Dreams, and you just see Hopper at his weakest at that point, and then he just builds up the energy, just being an absolute dickhead again. There's so much going for it. Obviously, it wasn't exactly widely received that much when it came out, but it's just grown and grown. But that's the interesting thing as well. You think of the beginning of the 1980s, you've got Elephant Man, which was his most acclaimed film with the Academy. Then obviously we go to Dune, and then we get to Blue Velvet.
Yeah, he covers all bases. They've acclaimed, one of the most notorious bombs ever.
Yeah.
Every good career needs one of those. So did that
But I do think that Blue Velvet is like the most Lynchian film apart from Eraserhead. But then obviously the 1980s, the late 1980s, we also got the Twin Peaks movie.
Yeah, that's very much Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing was, it was kind of like, I saw Blue Velvet, then went into Twin Peaks. They just got one big flow of
exactly.
Out.
Yeah. I always see Blue Velvet to be the tone setter for Twin Peaks. And then obviously in Europe we got the Twin Peaks film because they didn't know if the show was ever going to happen. So you have the 2-hour Twin Peaks film, then obviously we have the show, then we have Fire Walk With Me. But
yeah,
obviously
I bought that tape. The 2-hour thing.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because people like in Europe it's considered a film, but it's not a film.
Yes.
Because I thought about putting it in the list, but I was like, meh.
Yeah, I know, because I was thinking of putting Elephant in the list, but it was a TV film, and by Alan Clark, and it was like, technically a film, but I would definitely put it on my list, but I wasn't quite sure. It was like, it's my favorite film of the 1980s by a country mile, but absolutely love it. What else we got? Blue Velvet is Lynch's masterpiece, says Kookaburg. First Lynch movie I watched on TV and got me hooked on Lynch. Exactly. Kookaburg, the blue with the extra lost footage was amazing. That's like a whole half movie with extras. Yeah, that's on the new Criterion also. Laura Dern's so cute too. I love Laura Dern. It's one of those films that you can. It's amazing how she plays the all-American girl trying to understand what the underbelly of society actually is within this film. It's brilliant. And obviously her father being the copper as well just adds to it. Perfect film, says Roman. Kookaburg, I love Dune. The spice must flow. Oh god, I haven't watched Lynch's Dune for a long time.
The thing about Dune, it looked really nice. I mean, I think it visually it was just wonderful, but it's just it's just such a shame it wasn't a great movie. But I think it was the studio.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's the only time the studio has interrupted Lynch. The only time that they've said, no, this is our say, because there was so much money on the line. Then obviously the studio was wrong and Lynch was right. So I don't know. It's crazy. Kookaburg, Firewalk with Me, crazy good too. I love Firewalk with Me. It's a great. Just Bowie again.
I saw it in release in the cinema, and it was terrifying.
Oh wow!
It was terrifying. It's actually a genuinely scary film in the cinema.
Exactly.
Especially if you don't expect it. You're not even thinking, well, it's a bit darker than the TV show, but how dark could it be? And then you see that film, and it's like, oh god, what am I watching?
Yeah, it's. I do love Firewalk with Me quite a bit. What else we got? Elephant was great. Alan Clark, yes, Alan Clark. 2 films of his in my list. Alex Trinder. Cinema Monologues. Would have been curious to see Lynch's Revenge of the Jedi. Oh my god! I think once Lynch heard about the Ewoks, he was just like, "No, I'm not doing this."
It just gave him a massive headache.
Yeah,
and he just and his agent was saying to him, "You could make so much money from this," but the money wasn't. That's what I love about Lynch.
Yeah, exactly. He's a painter, he's a musician, he's a poet, he's everything.
Yeah, another director who was up for that, Paul Verhoeven. And then he saw Spectres, and then they were like, "No, we're better not." No.
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy. But that's the thing. It's like, did you know that David Lynch was in JFK's inauguration because he was an Eagle Scout?
I heard some about that. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, he was actually on the stage when he was inaugurated as president.
I knew about
Wow.
the Scout, and I think I've heard that, but it's kind of vaguely moved.
Yeah, no, it's real. What else we got? Roman says, given the right freedom, it could have been amazing. I think I agree.
Yeah.
But Lynch had ideas of making it a lot longer than what it was as well. It was going to be a lot longer.
It's maybe apparently really compressed. There was like certain things that were meant to be visually became voiceover and thing, and they just became a compression. And I mean, the second half of the story takes place in half an hour at the end.
Yeah.
So that's a big problem. But anyone does the stuff with the water and the dream logic. That's great. And then you've got the plot, and it's like the plot's not so good. So it's like just a weird.
Yeah,
I love
think
that.
this is why I'm glad Warner Brothers have gone down the road with making the new Dune into 2 films.
Yeah, you couldn't do it other way. There's no way to do that.
Exactly. But yeah. Then Dimitri asks, original run versus the return of Twin Peaks. That's hard for me.
It's fine.
I've only seen the return once. I've seen the other ones a few times. I'm trying to like not overdo it. I'm going to watch it and watch it again later. I think there's just one full, really, to be honest. One thing, really. I just count it as peaks.
If it was the first series,
that's how
just the first series, I would have said the first was the original run. But obviously, second series, I think, I didn't enjoy it as much as the first. It just became a little bit weird.
But I think the first series up to the point where the series when it first came on, up to the point where they found the killer and him getting caught. That's magic. Then after that, it's not so good. But the end so good. That last episode is everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Agree.
Yeah, but Lynch worked on the last episode. He directed the last episode, if I'm correct. But I think the first 1.5 seasons of Twin Peaks is brilliant. But obviously, Lynch never wanted to reveal the killer ever. And then that's
he fought into that.
Happened. Yeah. But I think if you think of like a full package, The Return is superior.
Yeah. But it's... I just see it as one. No, that's the thing. I just see it as...
season 1 is... Yeah, I see it as one set, to be honest, with a very good film in the middle.
Yeah, that's an amazing film. That is so good.
Do you know what I love in The Return is the relationship between Dougie Jones and Naomi Watts.
Yeah.
Just Dougie with his little coffees and... so good. But also, it's interesting to hear that Lynch has struck a deal with Netflix for a project, but I don't know what it's about. But we shall see. It's very exciting to know that. What else we got? Newest Peaks was the best TV in the past decade, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Watchmen was a close one for me, but I definitely agree with that.
For me, Twin Peaks was the best of the 2010s of anything.
1,000%.
That was it. It was the best one. That was competition.
Yeah, I'm on furlough from the beginning of June, so I'm planning on rewatching all of Twin Peaks because I haven't had the time to do it for a while now. What else we got? Did Lynch getting mad about people watching movies on their phone is the best meme ever? Yeah, that is when you're watching a movie on your fucking phone. Oh yeah, I never watched any Lynch on my phone, but he actually dropped a short film on his new YouTube channel, David Lynch Theatre. If you want to subscribe to that, he actually put one of his. It's called Fire. It was just like an animated 10-minute short film with music from a Polish composer. He had like this massive obsession with like Polish culture for a while.
Yeah.
And that just dropped the other day. Okay, question for Cinema Tech. Best and worst Lynch film? Well, Blue Velvet. Worst?
Can you count Twin Peaks as a film?
Yeah, I do.
Well, it's Twin Peaks. best one.
If I would put Blue Velvet out of the equation, though, I would put Wild at Heart as my second favorite Lynch film. Or
Over
Lost
my-
Highway.
Over Mulholland Drive.
Yeah.
I prefer Mulholland Drive, and I prefer Inland Empire and
Yeah.
Highway. Actually,
I love Highway. So good.
most films, like even Dune is still like there's so much good stuff in there. It's like it's worth even despite
Exactly.
that. So
I think like if you say least favorite, and I'm not saying it's his worst, my least favorite to like revisit is Elephant Man, because I feel like once you've seen it a few times, there's no rewatchability in it. But it's not
I know
his
what you
worst.
mean.
He's not made a worst.
Yeah.
I don't think Lynch has made a bad film, in my opinion. But Lost Highway is absolutely mental. I love it. But I love Nick Cage and Laura Dern in Lost Highway. There's a reason why that film won grand prize at Cannes Film Festival. Because it's just that bonkers. And fucking Willem Dafoe in that film also with the fucking teeth.
yeah, no, he's
I know what you mean.
Kruckerberg Peaks is my second favorite choice. Peaks aside, Lost Highway is my teen favorite. Okay. Honorable mentions, if you want.
before we go to this. I saw Wild at Heart on video first. I saw it in a double bill with Evil Dead 2. First time I saw both of those.
Oh, nice.
What a crazy
double
one.
bill.
Yeah, it was like I saw it with my friend, and we're just students, and we thought, let's go to a video shop, and we got both of them, and it was just like, wow, that blew our heads off.
That's crazy. Right. So honorable mentions, gents.
Okay.
What did you have?
I've got That Day on the Beach, Edward Yang. I have A Time to Live, A Time to Die, Ho Xiao Xian. I've got The Thing and A City of Sadness, Ho Xiao Xian. So a lot of Taiwanese titles in there.
Interesting choices. For you, Peter?
All right, I've got. I'll just do the ones that no one's mentioned.
Okay.
There's a bunch of them that has been mentioned by other people. Lard John, Bresson's final film, which is amazing. El Sir, Victor Vichy's film, that's really wonderful. The Vanishing, original Vanishing, it was terrifying. Full Metal Jacket, Mad Max, Road Warrior, Die Hard, Evil Dead 2, The Fly, Ran, Ghostbusters, Argento's Inferno, Empire Strikes Back, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Terminator, Last Temptation of Christ, Cutter's Way, Heathers, Day of the Dead. Those are the ones.
Wow. I'm surprised you didn't put Ran in your list, actually, Hus.
Do you know, I was actually more thinking about Kajimusha.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because I think Ran is quite tiring because it's so intense.
Yeah.
That I can't watch it that regularly. Well, Kajimusha I can, and it's so beautiful. That scene where that soldier's going up those stairs, and it's just the color that you see in that is just wonderful. And it was a good use of color in a Kurosawa film. Like I think more than Ran was.
Yeah.
Good. Interesting. Okay, so mine, Miss 45, Abel Ferreira, American Werewolf in London, which I was surprised. I had a funny feeling that you were going to go for that one. I had Totoro, which I was surprised that you didn't go for. Elm Street, Nightmare on Elm Street, one of my favorite slasher franchises. Love Elm Street. I had Police Story. Also had Heathers, Raising Arizona, Coen Brothers, and then I had Possession, which Possession missed out a little bit. Sorry, Dimitri, about that one. But yeah, no, it's definitely 1980s was fun. Definitely one of my favorite decades of film.
So I was speaking to him before we started, and I was saying basically the thing with the 80s is I moved into evolved cinema in the 90s, so the 80s is kind of spare on like world cinema. The 90s, I got much more into it, so my 80s list does feel a bit English centric.
Same, yeah.
And then it expands as I get older. So it is kind of weird for me to be so focused on English language.
I felt exactly the same, but I just felt like, obviously, within French territory, which is kind of my angle on it, I just don't have that. I don't think the 1980s was a very strong era for French cinema.
Yeah.
Like Pauline at the Beach is a good Romer film from the 80s that I like. But yeah, it's just when I think 80s, it's very Americana most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one I had was the Cook, the Thief and His Wife, the Peter Greenaway film.
Yeah.
With Helen Mirren. That's fantastic. I forgot to put that in my list.
Yeah. I haven't seen that for so long.
So good.
Yeah.
I got it for £1 in the charity shop on Blu-ray.
Wow.
So I was quite happy with that. But yeah. So in the chat then, your 80s choices. Okay, we have a few coming up already. Cutter's Way is one of my favorite films of the 1980s. Has anybody seen Cutter's Way?
Yeah, I mentioned that. I've seen it. It's really good. It's Jeff Bridges, Lisa Elcorn, I can't remember pronounce her name, and John Hurt. And it's hard to explain. It's a character piece. It's a moody character piece. It's pretty much all about these people who are viewed as losers in society. There's all this kind of conspiracy stuff, but it's all about how the dispossessed are just ignored. And it's Ivan Passer directed it. It's really good. It's very movie, but it's one of those really early Jeff Bridges performances where you start to see he's got the stuff really beyond the looks.
Interesting. What else we got here? Alex Trinder, Changeling, Possession, Tenebrae, Come and See. Oh yeah, I forgot to put Come and See on my list as well.
Yeah.
Tenebrae.
I adore Tenebrae.
Yeah. Long Good Friday, another good one. Repo Men. I've not actually seen Repo Men yet. Made in Britain and The Firm, double bill. The Firm is good.
Yeah.
Good old Gary Oldman. And then he also puts Do the Right Thing, A Better Tomorrow, and Decalogue. Eric just plainly says Ghostbusters. Hell yes. But do you know what? I actually like the second Ghostbusters more than I like the first one.
That's odd.
Don't ask me why. Yes. But I grew up enjoying the second one more than the first one.
Yeah.
I don't know why. But I used to love the animated show as well, obviously. But
yeah, but my Ghostbusters fanatic. So we had a lot of fun teasing them about the female Ghostbusters in 2016. It was worth making that film just to tease them so much for a good year. Yeah. It was amazing. It was. Film came out.
I don't mind the Paul Feig one. I thought it was alright.
I enjoyed Dion. It was actually good and enjoyable, and just to piss him off even more.
Yeah, I think this new the Jason Reitman one's going to be a bit. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
it's got Paul Rudd in it, so I feel like I feel obligated to check it out. But yeah, Dimitri says 80s were fantastic for miniseries. Berlin, Alexanderplatz, and Decalogue in the same decade. I really need to see Berlin, Alexanderplatz. I've still not watched it.
I haven't either, and it's one of those blind spots. Because I like what I've seen of Fassbender from the 70s, but I haven't. But he's hard going though, because he's so depressing at times.
I know, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I get in mood from him. It's like sometimes I want to watch him, and other times I don't. So I want to see World on the Wire, but I just haven't really got around to it.
Yeah, Fassbender is difficult to get into. What else we got? Cookberg. Not even got into 80s Giallo yet. No, I'm not very good with 80s Giallo, to be honest. Like Tenebrae I've seen, obviously, but yeah. Cookberg. Sorry?
Opera's great. Opera's wonderful.
Oh, shit. I've seen opera as well. I like opera. OG Maniac. Oh, fuck. I forgot about Maniac as well. I really like Maniac.
Yeah.
Good horror.
I mean, when you see utterly insane Giallo, there's Phenomena, which is just so stupid but enjoyable. It's really dumb, but it's really fun.
Right, what we got here? Roman says some of mine that weren't mentioned. King of Comedy, Road Warrior, Thin Blue Line, Spinal Tap, Predator, The Burbs, Midnight Run, Our Nazi, Confidentially Yours, and Vampire Kiss, and Fitzcarraldo. I still need to see Fitzcarraldo.
It's good, but it's not top class Herzog for me. I think
Ooh.
Wrath of God's better. This one feels a bit flabby for me.
Roman's gonna type you a very angry message
I
in a
never
minute.
thought Roman was into Predator.
He likes a lot of random stuff, you know. So yeah, but I was surprised with The Burbs. Like, I haven't watched The Burbs in a long time.
I enjoyed The Burbs. I was a student. That was one of the films I watched a lot. Almost insane levels of watching it. I can quote it quite easily.
What else we got? Cinema Lows, lots of love for Night of the Creeps and First Conan. Night of the Creeps, another one I've not watched in a while. There's a lot of good horrors on there. First Conan as well.
It's good.
And no Masters of the Universe. Where was Masters of the Universe, lads?
Yeah. Have you seen that recently? I saw it about 2 years ago. It has not aged well at all. I don't even know why I watched it, but it
feels like ages ago.
Oh, it's so bad.
Do you know what I always think when I think about it is not that it's a bad movie. I just remember that they all started in fried chicken for some reason in the movie.
Yeah, product placement.
Yeah, it's just a really bad product placement about. I think it's KFC. I think it was, but yeah.
Speaking of 80s, there's Rocky 4 with Stallone versus Ivan Drago. Yeah. I saw it at cinema and people went crazy watching that. They were all yelling Rocky, Rocky, Rocky as he was fighting. Yeah, it was really weird, but it was really enjoyable. It was
Rocky 4. I love Rocky 4.
And it's so cheesy, but so much fun.
Exactly, it is. I think it's got the best montage scene of the Rocky franchise.
The montage.
Yeah, and it's got the robot.
Yeah.
What the hell's the name of the robot again now? I forgot. But I love the montage in the snow. So good. So good. Dimitri then says, I like the 2016 film more than Ghostbusters 2. Kick him out, Huss. Do it.
You want to time out?
If you kick the trolls out, you can kick them out. Did you kick them out or did they just leave?
I just put them on a timeout.
Oh.
And I think it just frustrates them and then they end up leaving.
Yeah, that's all right then. I'm surprised that I think we've only ever had one troll on the stream before tonight.
Yeah. I don't mind trolls. You can always have a bit of fun with them, but when they don't even make sense, you can't really have fun with them.
We've got Roman then says Gloria by Cassavetes. Gloria is on Criterion Channel. I really need to check that one out. Then Husbands, I want to check out with Cassavetes also. Hey, is Vigo? You are like the buzzing of flies to him. Oh my god. Kuckerberg, no love for Howard the Duck. Anybody? No love for Howard the Duck.
See, I kind of have a soft spot for that one. I like 80s weird bombs, so
that was a weird bomb. That one.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's one of those ones I need to rewatch. I'm thinking this could be a video because it's so odd. It's like but I still need to rewatch it. But
yeah,
it's very long. Red Dawn.
Isn't that was it 101 that released Howard the Duck? Re-released it.
Yeah.
And people bought it.
I've got an Australian version.
Have you?
Yeah. They're cheap and let's say once. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. But these kind of notorious bombs always have this sort of thing for them. I just quite like film is a total disaster. I'm definitely going to see it. There's no way.
What else we got? Cinematech. Some of my 80s favorites are Fanny Alexandra, The Vanishing, Come and See, Cinema Paradiso. Oh yeah, I'm surprised nobody put Cinema Paradiso. Kagamusha, The Ballad of Narayama. Good choices there. No. Kind of kicking myself I forgot to put Come and See on my list now, even though I only just watched it. Kuckerberg, Plague Dog's probably the most depressing child's movie ever. I've never seen that. Anybody else?
No, I've heard of it, but it's never. Actually, I think Howard the Duck's the most depressing children's movie, really, but for a different reason, you know.
Alex Trinder Fassbender is polarizing to me. He has some fantastic work as long as I can separate the art from the artist. Wink. Oh, God. Aguirre is better, I agree. Well, Aguirre is the only early Herzog I've seen, but I really want to check out Fitzcarraldo. Stroszek, sorry?
Hourglass is really good. Hourglass.
Hourglass.
Hourglass. It's, he hypnotized all the actors in this film, so they're all acting in a very strange way. It's wonderful.
Oh, God. Have you ever seen the documentary with penguins with him? And then there's like this scene about the penguin is just basically walking across the horizon, and literally Herzog just says in it, "You see this penguin? He has descended into madness and is going to the beyond." And he's just like, Attenborough wouldn't say that, but such a peculiar character. Strusek with the dancing chicken. Oh, God.
That's brilliant.
What else we got? Monkey Shines 2, not the greatest film, but good fun. I've never seen Monkey Shines.
I've done a video on that one.
Have you?
Yeah, it's good.
I'm slowly going through your channel videos because you have a lot of content, so I'm slowly going through it. Sorry?
Some disturbing content.
Kuckerberg, OG Canon films. We had a good chat about Canon last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Andre, films from the 80s that I love. Shinji Somai's Typhoon Club. First, have you seen it?
Is that the film about a group of kids getting stuck in a gymnasium? I think it's that one during like a typhoon that hits an area of Japan. I think it's that one. Yeah, if it is, I have seen it, but quite a while ago.
Cyborg, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Not a big fan of
Cyborg.
Cyborg.
Last week, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It's all right, but Roman says not enough Cobra on this live stream.
Yeah, what about
Cobra?
Tango and Cash? Give it some love too.
Kookaburra Cobra is life, and then Gung Fu's trying to get me with the same one of your anus and semen, and yeah, he's such a lovely man, Gung Fu. Tampopo, that was another one I was considering, but I didn't put it on. It just makes me hungry most of the time. I'm surprised you didn't put Tampopo in your list either. I don't know why.
No,
you're not hot on it, or
no, I like it.
But it's not top 10 worthy.
It's not my top 10, no.
Or honourable mentions worthy.
Okay, well, I would put it in there. Yeah, I would. I mean, I thought someone else would have put it in there.
I considered it, but I didn't. I became too much of a Western cinema kind of guy with this one, except for Oshima. And then, well, I would say Mishima also is Japanese, really, isn't it? Just made by an American director.
Kind of, yeah.
So it's a Japanese production, directed by an American.
Yeah, well, it's like Samurai Marathon. I don't know if anyone's seen that this year.
Bernard Rose one.
Sorry?
Bernard Rose directed that one, Samurai Marathon.
Yeah, the guy who directed Candyman.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a good movie.
Yeah. I've got it on my watch list in Prime, so I need to get to it because I quite liked his Frankenstein he did a few years ago. It was very low budget, but yeah, I did some interesting stuff with it.
What else we got? Yeah, Roman says the same. Tampopo makes me hungry. Dimitri's choices: Come and See, Possession, My Friend Ivan, Lapshin, Tampopo, Ghostbusters, Wings of Desire. Oh yeah, Wings of Desire.
I know.
Nostalgia, Tarkovsky, Akira, Star Trek 2, Fog, Cannibal Holocaust. I thought about Cannibal Holocaust also, and The Vanishing. Those are some good choices.
Yeah.
Good choices.
Actually,
Oh,
maybe.
God. You ready for this now? I don't know if you've seen this one. Huss, did you see that cringe live stream from Wet Movie last week? He was e-begging for donations and handouts by saying he'd take shots of alcohol for $5 donations. It was hilarious.
Oh God, no, I haven't.
Oh, Cuckoo, you kept that
one of these days we're going to see them in the news. They're on their way to buy Blu-rays, and then they end up shooting up a Walmart. That's what's going to happen. You heard it here first. Those poor guys, and it's you guys that keep bullying them. And you're the ones that are pushing him to do terrible things. Poor guy.
What else we got? We'll carry on. Plague Dogs was from the same people that made Watership Down worth a watch if you want to cry. Oh, God. Watership Down is depressing enough as it is. Kuckerberg, Alex then asks, did he pretend to be drunk? Saw some people slagging him off. Oh, for God's sakes. Eric then talks about Platoon. No Platoon for anybody? Or I'm not so hot on Platoon. I prefer Full Metal.
Yeah, me too. It feels like much deeper. Platoon seems much on the surface.
I prefer the first half of Metal, Full Metal.
Do you?
Yeah, that
like
whole scene with the training.
Yeah.
The whole training bit. I think that's really good.
When D'Onofrio is in the bathroom ready to top himself, freaks me out. It's just that stare he has.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I can't look at D'Onofrio. He freaks me out, even in the cell. Like, he scares the shit out of me in the cell still. That's an underrated film. Not enough people talk about the cell.
Yeah,
Jennifer Lopez movie.
I was interested now. I watched Human Condition recently to see how much it influenced Kubrick and Full Metal Jacket with the suicide scenes and things in the toilet and things. It was like, obviously, he'd seen Human Condition. There had been some influence there. Obviously, see much of that in Kubrick, but it was definitely there on this one. Has anyone read the novel, The Shock Timers?
No, I've never actually read it.
It's pretty good. It feels very different from the film, though. It is kind of much more like, well, they took Shining and made it something different. It's the same as this one.
Yeah.
Basic things, but Kubrick focused on what he liked and chucked a bunch of other stuff he didn't like.
Yeah. You get that a lot with, if you read Tram Novella for Eyes Wide Shut, because obviously that's what Eyes Wide Shut's based on. It's like, you can see what Kubrick uses, but doesn't utilize the story completely.
Yeah, that was a good day. I really enjoyed reading that one.
Yeah, it's a good schnitzler read. Kuckerberg, yeah, apparently with a large bottle. Oh, God. So, Huss, he was drinking a large bottle filled with water.
Oh,
the plot thickens, okay? I feel like I need to watch this video now. I know Dimitri's
probably going to watch
subscribed
it
to him now. So, then, Dan Terra PT had a message deleted. I'm disappointed. What did he have to say? Oh, my God. He's still at it. And something TV. Damn, how did I miss this film of list Savage Streets with Linda Belair? I've never seen that.
I haven't either. It's just
Isn't that like the first like mature film she made after The Exorcist or something like that?
She did so many kind of weird things that it's
Yeah.
like what was the first, what was the second? It was just all downhill. It's like trying to watch a car crash. Like what was what?
Interesting. Yeah. It's good. Alex Trinder, any of you buying the new Powerhouse Indicator box set for films Cool Dude at Best Buy? I know Huss is.
I've stopped watching, stopped caring. It used to wind me up because I'm I'm staying at home. I'm trying to reduce the spread of this virus. I just can't watch it. It's just I end up grinding my teeth and just getting infuriated. Each their own. Each their own.
Each to their own. Question for Nazarinprod: which movie made you cry?
Cry. I have no emotions. I'm bereft of emotions. Probably Dead Ringers is the one that really got me. It's actually the one that when I was younger, it just really got to me. But I don't cry, but I get emotional watching films. I don't really cry. I'm not sure if that's a troll question or not, though.
No, that's fun going through. It's not a troll question. He asked me this ages ago. I just tell him Fox and the Hound.
All right, now I thought it might have been Isaac Dunn from earlier on because I know him. That's when it was him who asked me that one.
What else we got? Kuckerberg, watch the live stream from Wet Movie House. If you fancy a good cringe, it's probably still up. And then Culture Trini then says, rumor is Wet Movie was drinking water. Haha. Eric then says, In the Line of Duty 4 is an action-packed film worth watching. Donnie Yen, baby.
Donnie Yen. I love Donnie Yen.
Donnie fucking Yen. What a guy.
Seen Iceman 2?
No.
That's so terrible. I couldn't get it. The first one was very flawed, not very good, but enjoyable anyway. But the second one was just like such trash. It was like, what is he doing in this film?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing some, obviously some of these big Hong Kong movies aren't great that have been coming out. I mean, if you watch Killzone and, the Ip Man films, I think he's brilliant. And Dragon. But yeah, he's, it's getting into the Hong Kong cinema is so,
yeah,
it's not always great at the moment.
Yeah, I like Donnie Yen, so if he's in it, I'll give it a chance. But sometimes you get an Iceman 2 and you're like, what the hell? Because generally, because he's a good screen persona, he's a good fighter. It's enjoyable to watch him. Anyway,
yeah.
Sometimes it's not the best material.
Then Eric asks, what about Terminator?
I was thinking about it.
I don't mind honorable mentions. So that's not my favourite of the series is the first one. First one is just so much better than the rest.
I'm not a big fan of Terminator. I like Terminator 2, but I don't like Terminator that much.
Yeah. No, I love the first two, but especially the first one. But after that, the series started to slowly go downhill towards utter direness of Dark, which was just the worst blockbuster I've seen for years.
Do you know what? I have enjoyment from it. I'm not saying it's great, but I thought it was watchable.
Yeah,
it's not as bad as Salvation.
I prefer Salvation, to be honest. No, but I walked out of it with my friend, and I walked quietly for a very long time before I said anything. And I don't use it. So he said, I knew you hated it because it was so quiet.
Yeah.
Really quiet.
It's a painful franchise, isn't it? I think that's the problem with it.
Yeah. Because I and RoboCop, the two things I saw as a kid that I felt like the new thing, so I had an emotional attachment to them. And both of them just went to hell pretty quick. Terminator at least 2 good films out of it, but it's pretty tough to watch.
What else we got? Alex Trinder, host, do you know if the new Mabarosi release from BFI is any different to the version in the Of Flesh and Blood set?
I think it's the same one. It's just an individual release.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same one. It's the only one that I think that they're releasing individually. But that's what I was told. But still good to have it individually if you don't want to get the set. But the set is worth getting, really, because it's still quite cheap to buy.
Yeah, and it's so many great titles now.
Yeah, it's 30 quid, and then the Mabarosi individual armor is going to be 15. So if you're doubling your money, you get 4 movies. Get the set. Easier.
Yeah.
What else we got? Killzone, the first one was good.
Yeah.
Killzone?
Yeah, it's SPL, it's also known as. They released one not long ago, Paradox, which, I mean, Wilson Yip, I like Wilson Yip as a director. But the third one it started getting a bit ridiculous. It had Tony's Yard in it, and there's this stunt that I think it's Tony Yard does, where he's completely vertical, and the way he shifts his body like 180 degrees whilst he's in air is just so weird. It's it's just it's all done with wires, and it doesn't look like it's just becoming stupid, really.
I like the second one. I haven't seen the first one.
I like the second one.
Yeah. It was really enjoyable because you weren't quite sure where it was going to go because it was a bit weird, and it was just one of those things. This is a good time watching this. This is something just fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to check them out. Meters then says, "What's happening in Hong Kong is scary. If the most recent bill is passed, Hong Kong will be a thing of the past." Yeah, exactly. It's changing a lot at the moment. It's a bit of a shame, really.
How many more years have they got till it goes into Chinese?
Well, I don't know. It's all a bit muddled at the moment, but to be honest, China's just going to get its own way. It seems like it. Hong Kong is a lovely place. It's one of the best places I've ever visited in my life. I'd love to go back, but we'll see how things pan out over the coming years, I guess.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking.
Any love for The Color of Money? I think it's underrated. I'm assuming we're talking about Scorsese's The Color of Money. It's been a while since I watched it, to be honest. I didn't find it overly memorable.
I enjoy it, but it's nothing great. It's just a enjoyable, well-made, minor film by director who's somewhere else. Really.
Alex Trinder, what are your thoughts on the Alien series? Do you think they will eventually release another film? Covenant was forgettable. For the record, I love Prometheus. Anybody want to begin?
They have to, really, the way it ended. The last one.
Yeah. I did a video on this series a while ago. I kind of enjoyed Prometheus and Covenant as well, but I thought the scripts had some problems. I liked the atmosphere. I really wish there was better writers on them, but the atmosphere was terrific. I think it ran its course. It's kind of like Terminator's ran its course. There's no one really new ideas there, so what's the point?
I'm sure Ridley Scott is making another one. Because he's making this Adam Driver, Matt Damon movie at the moment. I can't remember what it is, but I think it's on his slate to make the last of this new trilogy. And also, I also love Prometheus. I adore that film.
Yes.
Nobody else a Prometheus fan?
It was that kind of annoying thing because I just enjoyed the visuals, but not the story so much. But I thought the promise. I just wish they'd kind of spent another 3 or 4 months in the script and then shoot it, because I think they could have solved some of the problems.
I understand. I get a lot of joy out of it, but Covenant is.
I like Covenant actually, but it was a mess. But I like the ideas in it. It was just messy though.
Yeah. What else we got? Alex Trinder, I think, was next. I'm pretty sure that was the first release of Mabarosium DVD. Then Meter says, "Get the set, got it." Alex Trinder, I hate how some fans shout on Prometheus because they didn't spoon feed every little detail. It's a fair point.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
That's what happens when a franchise has such a following. Every fan has their ideas, and they get so disappointed if their ideas, their concept that's in their head, doesn't come into fruition. It's Star Wars.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it was always build up. Build up is never good. Yeah, I think the best time you've ever had that in 21st century cinemas, Fury Road, because nobody thought Fury Road was going to be good. And then the minute people watched it, they were like, holy shit, this thing is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
That's a film in
Have
a
you-
franchise where it's worked.
Have you seen Rise of Skywalker,
Of course I
the
have.
new one?
Yeah.
You know, at the end they go, "What's your name?"
Oh God, yeah.
So that girl, she goes, "Ray, what's your surname?" Skywalker. I would have said, "Say, so what are you doing here?" And then I would have, if it was her, I would just turn around and say, "Star Wars, baby, Star Wars."
Yeah. Well, that had made as much sense as anything else in that film, so why not?
Why is it called? You know, then it goes, "Oh, that's why it's called Star Wars."
I hate that last shot. It's so bad. You have the two sons and then you see Leia and Luke in the shadows.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was surprised they didn't have Darth Vader in the shadows as well, just to make it a family shot.
Honestly, I was expecting everybody. I was expecting Qui-Gon Jinn. I was expecting Yoda, Mace Windu, everyone. Dude, fucking hell. It's a terrible ending. Absolutely terrible.
That film had such desperation about it. It just smelled a desperate film with people who didn't know what they were going to do.
Yeah.
And they just threw in so much stuff that didn't make any sense. I was like, why are you doing this? I don't know.
That's why I love Last Jedi. I just love Last Jedi for just being its own movie.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Last Jedi as well. I just really enjoyed that. But I'm actually much prefer the TV stuff they're doing just now, really, because I think there's less pressure on so they can actually do stuff.
Yeah.
But
That's true. But I think that for Disney now, it's the end of Skywalker. So they have this free will, but at the same time, they've just fucking bastardized Star Wars to death already.
I know it's at least with George Lucas, he had an idea of what he wanted to do. Even if those turn out right, at least he got an idea of what he was aiming at. Right, Skywalker, I didn't have a clue where they were going.
Yeah.
I was actually watching it looking as a train wreck. I was like, keep entertaining me, keep being more stupid. I'll enjoy it. Because I just knew before the end it was going to be stupid.
Yeah. In a weird way, I don't mind rewatching these films at all. Like I've seen Rise of Skywalker a few times now.
Yeah.
But
I just haven't really the urge to watch it at all. It's just like I've sort of watched.
It was on. It's on Disney Plus now, so I was just like, put it on.
I don't have Disney.
I saw it on Sky the other day. It got premiered. That was the first time I saw it. Yeah.
What else we got? Dimitri, Covenant was essentially an alien slasher film deliberately tried to rewrite everything from Prometheus. As a Prometheus fan, I left the screening massively disappointed. So eloquent. Kuckerberg, I watched the first two Nan Hong Jin movies this week. Yellow Sea was good. Loved Chaser as well. Wailing is great too, obviously.
Yeah, just everyone's just waiting for him to make another film. Just an amazing director. He's 3 films he's made, and all 3 are just masterpieces. Yeah.
Still, what we got? Meters 2047-ish.
I think that's the year that Hong Kong goes back to China.
Yeah. Paradox is the first third people SPL movie I have it, but not watched it yet. Meters Wailing is one of the best horror films of the 21st century. Hell yes. Then Meters is asking, Eric, why are you not on the stream?
She's probably watching Magnum PI right now.
Probably is, or eating pasta, or some kind of takeaway. What else we got? I agree, Nazarinprod. Alex Trinder says, I want to visit Hong Kong. Cookbook says, look, beautiful place, even more. Some of the poor parts look nicer than the UK. Be a while before anyone can travel overseas, though I'd imagine hell yes. Dimitri, as mentioned in the last stream, I firmly believe Alien Isolation is the best piece of alien-related media since the original film. He's got a point, you know.
Yeah, I've got a game. I wish to play it because as soon as Alien turns up, I'm just useless.
I'm scared shitless of it. I just can't play it anymore.
Yeah, it's I'm okay with horror movies, but horror games I'm just total wuss with. So
What else we got? Kuckerberg. I wouldn't dare to visit Hong Kong even after the pandemic. I tried to boycott almost everything Chinese.
Why?
Interesting. Alien Isolation creates tension better than 95% of films today, Alex Trinder says. Then Kuckerberg says boycotting is for snowflakes, lads. Oh god. You can discuss that by your own accord, lads. Dimitri, I've never been a Star Wars fan, but even when I was saddened by Rise of Skywalker, such a shame how we had the Game of Thrones and Rise of Skywalker in the same year. That is actually true. Meters. I try to be conscious about the choices I make. Oh god. Star Wars 4K set, baby. Yeah, because you got to go to Tesco and buy it.
Best Buy.
It costs £200. It's like,
yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
paying that much for Star Wars.
Yeah. There's like a smaller box set that you can get. It's about £80, I think. But they're on Disney Plus for free now.
Yeah.
Well, not for free, but for £5 a month.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got the Blu-ray, so that's fine for now. It's going to go in price maybe, but
Yeah. It's I do have the despecialized editions from whoever made them and was sold loads of them on eBay. I've not actually gone back to watch the despecialized yet, but from what I've seen, it's very impressive how they've done it.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
They'll make it properly at some point. Now they're on Fox, they'll figure something out.
Well, they should do it.
Yeah,
I think Lucas. I just don't understand Lucas's process. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna digitally re-enhance these films and then get rid of the originals. Doesn't make any sense.
I think he's just having a laugh now. I think it's actually quite funny watching some of the Star Wars fans get over Lucas. Even though I would like those versions, there's some part of me that likes they can't get the versions just for the sake of being annoying them, just annoying the hell out of them. And it just amuses me because it's like
I've got visions of. Sorry,
that's me. That's okay.
I've got visions of Lucas just sitting on a pile of money, smoking a big fat cigar, burning the money, and then reading people's comments about Star Wars and just having a good laugh about it. That's how I think he leads his life now.
Yeah,
I can see it happening. Apparently,
he seems to have
he's just a very bizarre man. Apparently, he's very you can't approach him because he's always got like some kind of security detail with him.
Yeah.
So bizarre.
Yeah.
What else we got here? I've been watching Magnum PI a lot. Season 3, he's on now. Eric says, "Congratulations, Eric." Then we need Married with Children box set. Al Bundy for President. That would be a great box set. I would love to rewatch Married with Children. I used to love that show. Did you used to watch Married with Children or not for you?
I used to watch it. It was on Sky.
I love it. Isaac June, I've gone and had my dinner and watched a film, and you guys are still going. Well done for your commitment. Haha. Thank you very much, Isaac. We are very committed in these streams somehow. What are we on now? 4 hours and 7. Could you consider Star Wars cult? It blurs a line for me. Does cult following make something a cult, or do I disagree? I would like to hear your thoughts. I wouldn't say it was cult.
It's quite mainstream, isn't it? It's
Star Wars is mainstream, but some of the fans act as if they're in a cult.
That's true.
For religion.
Yeah. That's true. I think it's definitely mainstream, but I think you could say that there's a cult within Star Wars, especially when you maybe discuss like the books or the series. Well, mainly the books, I think, because they create their own world, and obviously you have people then that make fan fiction and everything like that. But
they aren't canon anymore. The books.
The new ones are though. Told they're taken away again.
Yeah.
After Disney took over, what's his
Bob Iger.
is it J.J. Abrams?
Oh, J.J.
I don't know
Abrams,
who said that the books are no longer canon.
Yeah. So they wiped that out, and then they're starting again. And then at a certain point, they wipe those out again because they've realised they've caused even more plot holes to have to come again, and it'll be a mess. And then they'll remake Star Wars. They'll remake Star Wars in 20 years and say it's a new interpretation.
It'll be interesting to see what they attempt with it, but I'm not holding my breath, especially with Taika Waititi making anything. So yeah. What else we got? Married with Children box set is £80 in HMV Dion. I am not spending £80 on Married with Children. Trust me, I have better things to spend £80 on. Did you say act like cunts or cults? LOL.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's cults.
Isaac.
No, that was Alex.
All right, because Isaac.
Isaac.
Right,
Who knows Isaac anyway? Is it you?
Me.
Is Isaac? Okay. Never come across Isaac before.
Yeah.
Is he a YouTuber or?
He does a lot of podcasts. He's starting up. So,
okay. I'll have a look.
Yeah, the Dawn of the Dead is going for £80 now. The new one, the second sight thing, the box, £80 or £70. Like, I saw that. Like, I'm not paying that for Dawn of the Dead. There's no way. I like the film, but £80 worth for one film.
How many editions of Dawn of the Dead can you have? That's the question, isn't it? Really, as well. There's so many different versions of it.
Yeah, I've got a decent Blu-ray, and that's all I need. I don't need anything more. It's like it's a good film, but it's not like it doesn't need an £80 edition, really.
Bit bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
What else we got? Now Hong Jin really needs to make more movies. The LOC was so good, says Kuckerberg.
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams created Cloverfield. He's great in my book. Heh heh. No. Cloverfield's good though. I do like Cloverfield. Alex Trinder, is Parasite definitely coming in the UK via Criterion? Tempted by the artificial eye, but will happily wait if it's true. The last time I heard about it is that Criterion are trying to make a deal with Artificial Eye to release it on Criterion, but there's going to be like a gap because we've got Parasites out next month in the UK, the Steelbook and the Standard Amory. There'll be a gap between the Criterion, between that coming out and Criterion, purely for the reason that obviously Artificial Eye want to make money, but obviously again there's no deal struck.
Possibly a year.
I would say a year. The Memories of Murder is going to be out on Criterion before Parasite anyway. That was the deal.
Yeah.
Because in the States they want to make sure that Neon make their money for selling the Blu-rays in the States as well. But it's one of the highest selling Blu-rays in America this year. Also, it's done the same in Australia. So yeah. What else we got? Kuckerberg owns £8 for the second sight UHD 4K is day one purchase for me. That's commitment to Dawn of the Dead, I must say. I saw people saying, but it has CDs, and I'm like,
yeah,
why?
I know it's like. And then again, I have pre-ordered that Flash Gordon one.
That Flash Gordon set looks pretty cool, though.
I know it's like it's one of those ones that's like I can't resist. I just have to go for that one. It's just it's a one-off, though. I don't normally do that, but I like Flash Gordon more than like Dawn of the Dead. Honestly, I do.
But that's the weird thing about Second Sight as well. Is like I don't think they've had many. I think they've only got like maybe 2 or 3 editions that have ever gone out of print, and then most of the other editions get reduced all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's weird.
They do some good stuff. It's just compared to Arrow, Arrow's better. Arrow gives you more interesting things in them. Like Second Sight, a lot of time the editions they have extras from old stuff. That's about it. Or maybe a commentary. It doesn't really feel as unique as what Arrow do. Like Arrow put an extra mile to do something interesting.
Yeah, I gotta say the Revenge set looks quite good from Second Sight.
Yeah,
But,
I loved Revenge. Revenge was really enjoyable.
What else we got? Yeah, Isaac says, yeah, I've come through with Nazarin side of YouTube, but I've been here in the dark on some other streams. Well, welcome. Thank you very much for participating. Always appreciated. Culture Trini, Star Wars, Halloween, Friday the 13th. I stay away from talk with fans. Yeah, Halloween fans are pretty intense. Like, I heard recently Jamie Lee Curtis said something about kids watching horror films, and then loads of Halloween fans started attacking her, then saying, I was a child when I watched you in the original films, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I never anticipated them to be that hardcore, but I never knew about Friday the 13th, though. Have you ever come across any crazy fan bases? Or
Star Wars is the worst.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're the worst.
Last Jedi, same.
Yeah. The worst lot of people I've come across, is Lady Gaga fans. I gave when I saw Star is Born in Venice, I gave it a 2-star review, and then the comments I got from Lady Gaga fans was crazy. Like the amount of comments just saying that it was terrible, like my review's terrible, I don't understand the concept of the film or anything like that, and I'm just like, whoa, calm the F down.
Death threats.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say it went far as that, but they were just very persistent. So I had to disable comments on it because it was just getting on my nerves.
Yeah. How hard it is to understand the concept of Star is Born? It's a simple story, but it's not complicated in any way.
Yeah, it's great. It was absolutely mental. Kuckerberg, I've got the Parasite Artificial Eye Steelbook pre-ordered from FOP. Hopefully he will be out of the gulags before then. Yeah. Start of June, will FOP be open? Don't think so.
Don't know.
Well, maybe in Boris Johnson's England, maybe.
Not in Scotland.
Yeah.
Not in Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland. Or Matt Draper's Wales.
Yeah. I've got Raid in the Mountains coming tomorrow, apparently. And Flowers in the Morning as well. Both of them are coming tomorrow, apparently. So I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
Yeah. If they arrive, but they're meant to be.
I think the post has been all right. Fair play to the post. He's still going hard with mailings. Considering I can imagine a lot of people are buying stuff now as well, aren't they? So
yeah, it's been okay. It's a bit slower. I think it's just because people are off sick, but generally behaving really well, and it's been pretty fine as long as with patience.
I've seen Amazon's gone back to next day now again, haven't they?
Yeah, because I ordered today, and I was really surprised. I thought it'd be like next week before I'd get them.
Yeah. No, they have picked up quite a bit. What else we got? Dimitri, I'm going to wait for the price to drop like Fear and Loathing, but if it goes out of print, oof. Then Alex Jones says, how many will it be limited to? 10K, 15K? Yeah, they didn't announce how limited this Dawn of the Dead set will be. So I have a funny feeling that it's going to be quite high because they're going to make a lot of bank off it regardless. Yeah. Especially on international sales on that. It's going to be crazy for them. Dimitri also said their upgrade set is still available more than 6 months later. I'm surprised. Yeah, the upgrade set was quite good as well. Have you seen Upgrade?
Yeah, I loved Upgrade. It's so good. But I'd bought it in streaming already before this was released. I thought, well, I'll wait till it's streaming before I buy the Blu-ray. It's a good film, but I don't need to see it right away again. So I've got this.
Dimitri says, the only confusing Gaga fans with Gaga stands. Well, anyway, I got bombarded with hate, so I'll leave it at that. Eric says Batman fans can also be bad. I've never come across like Batman bombardment, actually.
It's just
Marvel, though.
Yeah. No, when they cast a new Batman, whoever they cast gets bombarded with hate for you're not Batman, you're not my Batman, all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Actually, to be fair, when Patterson was cast, there was like that big petition again. Because I remember telling some of my friends were like telling me, "Oh, why is the guy from Twilight Batman?" And I'm just like, right, I'm gonna set you a tone now. These are the movies he's made. Go watch Good Time on Netflix and then come back to me.
Yeah.
And then people are like, "Oh yeah, he's actually quite good, isn't he?" It's like, yeah, he is.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with other people as well. It's like, come on,
Yeah.
a decade ago.
I always refer them to Good Time, and then
Yeah,
Good Time's a good entry point into like Patterson's indie work, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. Alex also says K-pop stans are the worst fucking hell. Never come across that. Kuckerberg, Boris, and Trump fanboys got to be the worst bunch of people. Serbian film fanboys are probably the worst kind of people to be honest, talking about degenerates. Why does a Serbian film always come up in our chat?
because it's utter shit.
God knows. God knows.
How do people still buy that Blu-ray for like 25 quid every time it comes up as well? Baffles me.
Weird. Just like you think its reputation would be out now that this is unwatchable trash. That's all it is.
Yeah. Isaac Dune, as far as toxic fans, Last Jedi and Nazis are side by side. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That was good. I like that one. Okay, we've caught up with comments. Anybody else with any more questions? Do we have any questions for each other? Or is everybody just dead now?
Yeah. It is that time of the night, isn't it?
It is that time. We're on 4 hour 20. I would say that was a good convo.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll have Peter back on here.
Yeah, definitely.
Great fun.
Yeah.
It was good. Good combos to be had by all.
We should have him and Graham on at the same time.
Oh,
Half
God.
the audience won't be able to understand a single thing like all the Americans. Why are these guys not speaking English?
Oh, God. Do you get comments like that on your channel at all? Or no?
A little bit. Sometimes people ask for subtitles.
Every time you say
I don't get it. I understand you completely.
I know, it's just weird. It's just I just have to avoid being sarcastic in response because I find it very difficult to not be sarcastic when someone's
same.
And I usually do pretty well, but sometimes it's such an easy target. You have to say, no, don't do it. Just don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, generally, most of my comments are pretty nice, actually. Just every so often you get one that's a bit weird. But I was kind of lucky early on. My first comment was a terrible one, but the guy made so many spell mistakes that it just cured me being worried about comments after that because it was like, this guy's a moron. This is what I'm going to get in response. I'm fine. So I've been fine since then because I don't take that seriously.
Yeah. No, I don't get it. When Graham said it the first time, I was just like, Jesus Christ, really?
I think it's because we're English. We're British. Shouldn't say English. I mean British.
I'm not English. Welsh.
Yes.
Never say that to a Welshman or a Scotsman or an Irishman.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Or the Celtic Mafia will come after you.
Yeah. We are basically building a wall at this point for Scotland. We're pretty much walling it off. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
If you're listening to Nicola Sturgeon, that is.
Oh God! Hey, at least she's been turning up to every press conference and like the part-time prime minister.
Yeah, but she's so annoying. You wish you wouldn't know, really.
Yeah, true. She's just making a point, isn't she? Oh, okay. Quickly before we leave, TV shows from the 80s. Favorite TV shows from the 80s?
The 18.
18.
Yeah, Wolf.
Golden Girls or Cheers for me.
The Golden Girls.
I love it. You know, Golden Girls is on Channel 5 now. I'm loving it. On my lunchtime, I just go sit in the living room, watch an episode of Golden Girls, and have my lunch. Lovely.
Nice.
Right then, do you want to sign us off then, Huss?
All right, guys. Thanks for coming on, and for everyone, thanks for coming and watching and commenting. Thanks to Pete, and hope everyone joins us next week with Dion. Dion and Pete's channels are below, so make sure you subscribe to them. I'm sure everyone's already subscribed to Dion's anyway, so. But yeah, make sure you subscribe to Pete's channel down below. And yeah, guys, thanks for joining us, and we will see you next week.
Have a nice weekend,
Ta-ta.
everybody.
Thank you.
Ta-ta.